So I've never started a stream like this. Like first movie night where I also stream my reaction. This is gonna go crazy. I don't know what to do right now. Should I like wait for people to join up too so they have a chance to watch the movie, or should I just start immediately? I don't know. Maybe I'll give it like a 5 minute buffer to let people join in because I don't know how long. Pibbles, hi Pibbles, hi Pibbles. We be watching movies tonight, so there's gonna be like you're not gonna be seeing much. Why is my mouth is not opening up? What the hell? Hi. Oh, wait, that's better. There probably won't be a lot of like. I probably won't be super responsive to chat because I'll be like watching the movie and shit. But like, I'll respond here and there anytime I can. Yeah. And if you want to join us, we're watching it first, and then we're gonna watch Krampus, and then it too. We're in the Discord. I'll give it like 2 more minutes, like 5 more minutes for people to join up. This feels so awkward because I know like on your end it's just complete dead silence except for my voice. Because usually I have music in the background or I'm playing a game or like something, but like this feels so silent. It's just me. This feels so awkward. Just a couple more minutes and then it will be a little less awkward. Then I can start the movie. This also gives me a good like a lot of time to let the movie load because sometimes the movie will pause in random spots because the movie hasn't loaded properly. Movie. How's all your day, you guys? Echo! Hi, Echo! What's up? Wait, should the. My timestamp is already wrong because watched 3 seconds of the movie, so it's like already wrong timestamp. Hello, how are you? It's been so long, I'm actually so tired. Are you even gonna make it to Krampus? Because this first movie is like really long, I think it's like 2 hours. My day went smooth. I did Jack? What was Jack? Oh, Jack. Oh, nothing. Wait, that's so nice though. Those days are the best kinds of days where you can do nothing and lay in bed, just relax and chillax. How was yours? It was I think I had terrible sleep. I had the worst dream ever. Like, I had the most fucked up, scary dream, which is why I don't like dreaming because, like, every time I do dream, it's just like some really weird shit. I was at work doing nothing. Oh, wait. But that's kind of nice, though. It's better than doing too much at work, you know? I hate the days where you gotta, like, put in, like, 110% effort. I will hold out till Krampus, and if I'm still so tired, I will sleep. No! Oh, man. I hope we make it to Krampus. I hope. I really hope so. I don't think anyone else is gonna be joining, so I'll just start the movie then. If that's okay with you guys. It is very pixelated on your end. That's so funny. I don't even hear audio. Where's audio? Oh, there's audio. I was like, I was not hearing shit. No, I'll just stall for 35 minutes and then I'm gonna be home. 35 minutes? I can't stall for 35 minutes. That's crazy. My wife is the same way. She had a dream where we were at a beach and a shooting happened. I jumped in front of her, getting killed, and the bullet passed through me, hitting her. What the fuck? Dude. Like, my dreams are fucked up, but they're never about me. It's always like I'm the narrator in someone else's story. Like, this dream I had yesterday, should I talk about that dream? I don't know. It was really fucked up, though. Like, even though it was such a short-lived dream, it was, like, super fast. Like, the contents of it, I woke up with my heart pumping. Am I allowed to stream movie audio, or is that, like, copyrightable? A triple feature. Hello, Red. How you doing? That's disgusting shit. Wait, I need captions. Where my captions at? Where are my captions at? What the hell? I have no captions. Where are my captions? I have no captions. It looks like I'm running this movie without captions. That sucks. I have a lot of vivid dreams. I hate those, but none of them are scary. I don't know if my dreams are vivid or not, because I have aphantasia, so when I do dream, it feels like I see things, but like when I wake up and I think about those dreams, I can't actually see them. Like I had an extremely realistic dream where I worked, cooked and stuff, and then I woke up and got real angry about it. It's so funny. Did a whole day, and then woke back up and then realized you still got the entire day left to do. Oh shit. Oh my god, this is so loud. I don't have subtitles. I apologize about that. Oh, that looks like the Coco from Coco. Oh, what the fuck is that? Freddy Fazbear? Oh, but that's such a cute paper boat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why would you not go out with your younger brother, though? Why would you be like, be careful? Oh, it's kind of loud. My ears are kind of, I'm gonna turn down the audio a little bit. Oh, shit! Oh, poor baby. Oh my god. Dude, that must have hurt so much. What the fuck? No. Oh, Bill's not gonna kill you over that. No. You creepy motherfucker. Oh my god. Oh, you are such a creepy motherfucker. Holy shit. Georgie just not like straight off running away. Like if I see a clown in a sewer, he's not even seeing me for half a second. I'm out of this bitch. What? Oh my god, you creepy. Oh, his stare. Bill's gonna. No, Bill would never. No, don't do it. 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 God. Oh, oh. That's the craziest thing when I first watched this. I don't remember anything about this movie, but that was fucked up. Why'd they do Georgie like that, huh? No! Look at the sheep. It's so cute. Don't do it. Dang. Brutal. No hesitation. Just bang. Oh my god. For some reason, I feel like they don't do that at bar mitzvahs. I just have a feeling. Bruh. Guy's looking a little zesty. Ew. That trash has got to be the worst too, cause you know it's like the trash bin from the washroom. Like it's gotta be full of nasty shit. Oh, that guy's prescription. I don't know what his prescription is, but his eyes like so zoomed in. Someone definitely used that as their toilet. Maybe in the guys' room, not the girls' room. That's crazy. You know, you know, no one's pissing in the garbage cans in the washrooms. Uh oh. Did you see how much liquid was in there? No, cause she poured in water. She poured in water into the garbage can, and then she took the garbage bag out, and then poured it on her. These guys actually look like typical bullies. That's crazy. Like they fit the role so much. And I guess that's their job, but it's just like, damn, they really look like. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't see that part in the 8 pixels. You're in the Discord, aren't you? Ain't no way you're watching the pixelated movie when you're in the Discord watching with me. Oh, oh, oh man. Oh, hey, this guy is such a cutie patootie. Did someone mention Goon? I only saw the aftermath because I was working. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're working that OT. Oh, this guy is such a cute kid. Did these two end up together? He's literally so cute. overtime was gonna be for Krampus, I'll speed run my drive back home since it's cold still. Yeah, yeah, get home fast. The sooner you get home, the sooner we can Krampus. I love this part. Please don't go, girl. I mean, this guy's so cute. I see why you like this part. He's such a cutie patootie. Oh, and his head when they're dragging on the ground. Aww. Oh my god, as a parent, should you be saying? I know you're grieving too, but like, to put it so harshly in words to your kid is a little bit much. I hate whenever music plays in movies because the music is always like 10 times louder than the dialogue. And I have to turn up my volume and then turn it back down. What is the timer? It's the timestamp for the movie. So if anyone wanted to like watch along, but like in the future, like if they wanted to watch along with the VOD, then they have the timestamp, and then my reactions are like go in sync with their movie. Yeah, right. It's pretty genius. I'm big brain. I'm kind of big brain like that. What the fuck is? I did not think the gates of hell would be in some random alleyway. Oh, oh, creepy bitch. Oh my god. Oh, these guys are such haters. Not this part, yeah, not this part. Does he just have a painting of that in his office? I enjoyed what the guy just said now. Did you? Did you even know what he said? What did he say, huh? To watch in HD, yeah, because I don't want to get copyrighted on Twitch. So all you got are a couple pixels. He said there's a clown around town, cowboy. No, I don't believe he said that. I don't believe I heard that in the movie just now. Oh, 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 the dude is gone. Oh, you have to read for the. Oh yeah, yeah. My bad, my bad. Clearly, I'm just not him. I don't got it. I don't got it down like you do. I don't see the symbolism in movies. This looks like a Junji Ito character. I have, but it's been a long time. Like 2017 release date. How many years ago is that? Like 8 years ago? I remember nothing. This is a crazy trailer we're watching. Yeah, this is a long trailer. 23-minute trailer so far? Dang. The damn low ass children's yelling high pitched stuff is what gets me. Yeah, like all the children screaming out in this movie is like really eerie. Why are all the parents in this movie like kinda weird? How are you with scary stuff? I can handle scary movies really well. I can't do scary games as well, but I will still finish a horror game. I theoretically have seen someone treat a whole movie like a trailer to watch it on stream. Can you do that? That cannot you cannot get past the copyright by just claiming it's a trailer. You put a watermark of trailer on it? That is I don't think that's how that works. They got away with it? There's no way they didn't get in trouble. That's very risky. That's what I'm saying. What? They got away with that? Oh, this Chibi Doki? She did that and she got away, but she's like a big creator. She does it all the time and she gets away with it? How's that possible? I would try to do that, but I'm not taking my chances. It's a trailer. It's not. No, but it's not a trailer. You can't just claim it's a trailer when it's not a trailer. Who is that? Oh my god, that old lady in the back was like grinning, I think. Like, even though she's like blurred, you could see like a smile. Oh, not take your chances. I'm good. I'm good. I would rather my streamer play it safe, otherwise, yeah! If I'm not a streamer, then I won't have Big V as my mod. Then what is the point of life? Is that an egg? Did the balloon just lay an egg on the floor? Why is it hot? Why is it a hot egg? What's the point of living? There are many ways. There are many things in life. There are many, 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 many things to live for. And I should not be one of those reasons. Oh, oh, what's that? Oh my god, it's the boy from the image. Oh my lord. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, okay. Yeah, no, you're chilling, you're vibing, you're chilling. Oh. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 2,043 subs I've gifted this year? And I was like 300 of it. That's 20 divided by 3. That's like... I know how math works. Wait. That's like... 6 divided by 100 divided by 6. That's like... I need to get a calculator. That's like 16% chance. I make up 16% of that. What the fuck? At least 3%. You're right, you're right. I only gifted 105. Only is crazy. 105 is so much. How much is one sub? Actually, I don't want to count up. I don't want to be counting up the money. Oh, boy. Not my boy. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Oh my god, he actually does it. Damn. Oh my god. Wait, that was kind of sick. Dude, Henry has some pent up aggression. He's definitely being abused at home. I can feel it. His dad or his mom is doing something to him. Dude, he's lucky he can't find the knife. Like, it'd be worse if the knife was stabbed into him while he's rolling down that hill. Like, him not finding the knife is a way better outcome than the worst one. Well, duh, what did I just... The what? Well, no, duh. That's my favorite character right there, the bully. What the hell? Of course, because you are a bully. 14.6%? 14.6%? I made up 14.6%. 12k spent on gifted subs. What the fuck? Just don't show Ezreal how much I gifted yet. No, wait, guys. 12.2k? I'm third watch channel? How am I the third most most watched channel when we met like so late into the year. I'm top 3? Sheesh. Even though I met you like not even that many months ago. I made it to the big leagues, boy. Boys. I can't talk properly when I'm like listening to a movie and like trying to focus on it. My English is gonna severely go downhill from here. Oh, most watch is 486 hours. Second, 263. Is Kari that 486? Hey, you and Risha are the only girly pops in my top 5. Wait, Kari's not top 1? Wait, who's number 1? Sheesh! I made it into top 2. Out of all the people you mod, the hundreds of people you mod, I made it into top 2? It's an honor to be your streamer. Pirates off. Oh, wait. We were talking about that guy. I remember him. The ex-Blizzard worker. Oh, really? I'm genuinely surprised because when I first started watching you, you'd stream once every yeah, that too. Like I was like hardly streaming at the beginning of the year, and now I'm like streaming all the time. I'm streaming as much as I can now. 33. God damn. Even though we met so late into the year and I like don't stream that much. I can't believe I'm top 3 for any of you guys. It's like, oh, I don't like, oh. I like how it specifies 5 months in 1 hour. Specifically 1 hour. It's been 5 months already. I can't believe it. I think when we first met, I was jobless. That's kind of crazy. Like how much progress and how many things happened in such a small time frame. 27. I can't believe like wait, you actually predicted it because like you were like we're gonna hit 700 by the end of the year, but like this month or like last month I like just hit 600, so I was like, nah, it's not gonna happen. And what? It's crazy. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, oh, is that one of the bullies? Who is this? Ew! Bro fell in the poop water. Uh oh. Bro's trapped in the poop tunnel. I love dairy. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. The way he doesn't even raise his arms, that is scary. Like motherfucker just like shuffles to you like a penguin, but at like supersonic speeds. That is way worse than if he were like to put up his arms and like grab you. Another VTuber who streams 7 days a week is second watch, but I feel off watching them. Wait, what do you mean off? It's closing. It's closing time. Home time. Krampus. Krampus soon. I gotta go warm up my sofa. Sounds good. Get home safe. That's proof? Oh, I mean, I would believe you no matter what. You don't need to send us proof. But I will happily look at it. Oh, I made it into the top 3. Sheesh. Oh my god, these two profile pictures in like the top 5? Like number 2 and 4? Their profile pictures are so cute. I really like 4. Oh, it's Beverly. A clip from your stream? Wait, which clip is it? I wanted to clip one thing from one of my bots from the other day. Because that shit was so funny to me. Like, I died from laughing and then I hit an insane clip. I need to clip that. Is this Riz? This guy's so creepy. Ew, you are so nasty. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's bleeding everywhere. Proof she's really tired clip. I was probably saying a bunch of mumbo jumbo, huh? I don't even remember what happens that. Oh, no. Oh my god, did it? We were literally, we were just talking. Thank you so much, Ezreal. What the fuck? What? Wait, what? That was so out of nowhere. We were just talking. Wait, thank you so much, Ezreal. What the fuck? It's not like I never expect you always like you always do it at such like the most surprising times. So much. What the fuck? What? Thank you for the like this year you said I was like I made up 14% of your total gifted subs. That number is slowly rising. In real time we get to see the percentages raise. I ever had a reason to get I suppose not, but it's always just so funny that it's just like it comes out of nowhere. Thank you so much though. What the fuck? I didn't do that. Thank you so much though. I recognize some of the names there too. Fantasy, Viewers, Anakin Twan. I remember them too. And then some of those are like new names I haven't seen either. Thank you so much, Ezreal. Thank you. Oh wait, this guy's weird. This her father's weird. Ew. 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 Oh, you're so nasty. I feel so bad for the actor and actress, like both of them. Holy shit. Imagine if the recap showed how much I spent on donuts. I don't. Oh my god, it's gonna be like way more than the amount you spend on subs too. Like by a lot, I can feel. I can feel it. Like I can. I. Like holy shit. It's a good thing it doesn't list that. Thank you so much, though, Israel. Oh, I feel so bad for her. You know what they say? Like a girl's eyebrows and hair represent her how her mental state is. So the more chaotic her eyebrows and hairdo are looking, the more mentally unwell her health is. They go like eyebrow blind, like especially like SA victims or like victims of just like general abuse. They have these specific eyebrows, and I think it's like a cry for help, even though they don't recognize it themselves that they're doing it. It is very evident. The short hair looks so good on her though. The short and long hair, like both of the styles suit her so well. Not many people can pull off both. A sub would be like 20%. I know. That's why I'm like I would be so scared to see those numbers in just pure donations because I know they would be so much higher. Hi Oxa, what's up? Hello. So my coworker, she don't got any eyebrows. So what does that mean? Oh, well, not having any eyebrows, that's just like it can be a fashion statement. Because the no eyebrow look is like some people suit no eyebrows. So she could just be like a fashionable diva, you know? She be slaying. She can't grow out. Okay, well that's different then. I didn't know her such. Okay, that is. Okay, well I don't. That is a lot different than actively choosing to shave off your eyebrows. Oh, this cutie patootie. I like this guy. Ooh, spooky. I can't believe they're just leaving their bikes on the front lawn like that. Oh, that's the bully. This guy's room is huge though. Like it's so spacious and he has like three grand tall windows. Oh my god, he's like drawn. Pennywise is in the drawing. Is he playing? What is that American song? Like the national anthem. He was playing that on whatever that is, like an ocarina. No, this straight up looks like the Monster House, like that one animated movie. Oh, what the? Oh my! Oh my god! Ow! Oh fuck! That's the dude. That's the dude. Oh, and his big bulbous forehead. Oh my god! Please don't do the penguin shuffle. What the fuck? Is that a warning or what? Wait, this is cute. Hello? Talking into the pipes like a crazy person. Hello? Why would that be your first instinct? Because, like, these pipes go on forever. Uh-oh. 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 Oh my god! What the hell? How that hair do that? How that hair do that? Oh my... Ew! Oh... My lord. That is so... Holy shit! Holy shit! How do you even explain this to your dad? What the hell? Oh my god. Where do you even begin to clean this? Oh my god, he doesn't see it? Oh my god, wait, the dad doesn't see it? That's crazy. Did none of these parents like sense anything's wrong with their child? Like, there's no way these children are acting normal after these events, and these children and these parents don't notice that. Oh, oh my God! Hi, June. Hello. How you doing? I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Oh no! Oh no! What about you? I'm pretty good too. Maybe tired, had some really ass sleep, but other than that, my day's going good. No. Why are children so creepy in horror movies? Dang. Guys, I think I'll be able to float too. Whoa! Shuffle, bitch! Oh, that's a big one shuffle. Oh, dude, I hate the way he shuffles like that, bro. Oh, still at work? Dang. What time is it for you? Every time I plan the stuff for this week, I was hoping that when I started stream, everyone would be off work by then because I'm in PST, but that does not appear to be the case. Okay, I'm gonna have to do math with what I send you, Cam, because I have to exchange CAD to USD. Oh, so what you sent me was in CAD. Wait, let me see. What do you send me? You didn't message me anything. Oh, are you on work Wi-Fi? Okay, it might take like a couple minutes for me to see whatever you sent me then. I'm adding up everything I've sent in PayPal all year. I'm doing the math. Jesus! All those numbers are gonna be like sky high. If you're on work Wi-Fi, it's probably gonna take a couple minutes for me to receive pictures. You're EST? Wait, you work past 9 p.m.? Oh, so kids can only see it. This looks like this does not look like blood anymore. It looks like some sort of strawberry syrup. How do you even clean this much blood? Like, this is not. This is not cleanable. This is even past what crime scene cleaners clean. Like, this is a shit ton of blood. They've got to become professional cleaners at this point. Like, dang. Okay, everyone, I'm at home. Oh, so you haven't sent it. You're just telling me beforehand. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Afternoon shift, so I get home at like 11. Oh, wait, we were kind of similar shifts. 11 p.m. and it's like What time is it for you? EST, right? 9 p.m.? Oh wait, you said that, right? Yeah, 9 p.m. So you have 2 more hours? 2 more hours, you got this. You got this. No, these two are getting along so well. But this guy is such a cutie patootie. He's so sweet. So far, before I even send you anything, Mom, I'd sent 3.4K in 2 months. In just 2 months. In 2 months. I don't want to look at the rest of your year. That's just 2 months. What the fuck? 2 months? And that's like on top of all the gifted subs you've given to other people as well. Yup, I've got this. You got this. The closing shifts are like the worst. I fucking hate doing closing shifts. But if I can survive, you can survive this. That was just to the girly pops only, nothing from Streamlabs. Streamlabs? Look at the Rizzler over here. Okay, get the girl. Okay. She has such a nice smile. No. A motherfucking clown. She's such a bitch. What the hell? What's with them leaving their bikes everywhere, man? Oh, what is with these children? Oh, goodness. Ew. Oh. It's fucking battle cry. Oh shit. Dude, someone's bound to get a concussion from this. Holy Christ. Oh my. Yeah, stand up, bitch. Stand up. Wait, I have a feeling his dad is doing some fucked up shit to him. Is this like 8-bit? Yeah, it is. Because I don't want to get copyrighted. This is the only way to avoid copyright. But I'm streaming it in Discord, so if you want to actually watch it with audio, it's in the Discord. I'm just streaming it for like my reactions, cause I can't talk in VC, right? So like if I stream it on Twitch, you can hear me react to it, and then we can watch it in the Discord. This movie looks fire. It is. It is. With its 32 pixels glory, it looks fucking fantastic. Wait, so if Pennywise only comes out once every 27 years, Georgie died this year, and then Dad was reacting to his son grieving so harshly like that? Like he was like, he's straight up, he's dead! He's not coming back, he's dead! Like he's saying all that to his son? That's wild. How's your birthday, by the way? What did you get? My mom gifted me like a jade necklace, and I got cake. And then what did I do? I mean, I ate dinner with my dad, and I ate cake, and then I played crab games with you, played Valorant, played Peak. Yup. It was strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake, and then my mom gifted me like a single serving cake. I don't know what flavor it was, because it wasn't very sweet. Because she doesn't like sweet desserts, so I think she went to a bakery that specializes in like low sugar desserts. So I don't know what flavor it was. Maybe red bean? I never had that. It's so fucking good. Like usually I just get like the basic fruit vanilla cake from any old Asian bakery. But since having the strawberry shortcake, I only want this cake now. Holy fuck, Azrael. Isn't oh my lord. I'm not gonna say that number out loud. That is insane. I also get those? Wait, what do you get? The vanilla with the fruit inside and like the regular like the white frosting. Dude, those are good. Those are my favorite. But, like ever since I got strawberry shortcake, I'm like I don't really want those other cakes. I kind of only want strawberry shortcake. I don't it's really good. That's USD? Even more? Oh, oh. That's like what the fuck? That's like more than I make in like 2 months. What the fuck? I mean, if it's in CAD, it's probably way more than I make in like 3, 4 months. What the fuck? You send me that much? Bruh, I'm being spoiled by my own son. Oh my good Lord Azrael. I see that. I see that. Yeah, I holy shit. Holy shit. That's literally like 3 months of work for me. What the fuck? Oh my god. I feel bad. I like you've spent all this money on like on me of all like I feel guilty. I take 3 months off and stream, even though. No, 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 no. I wish I could do that. It's so fun streaming. I want to stream like every day. Uh-oh, projector. Projector failure. Oh shit. I swear to god, if Georgie like morphs into fucking that bulbous four-headed bitch, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, this the mom does. Oh my god! Wait, that transition is so smooth. Oh my god! Oh my god, he's like biting his lip too. Shit. Oh my god. I feel like it's even worse that. Oh. Oh my god! 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 Oh my! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my! Oh my! Holy! Oh, dude! How did no one shit themselves? I would have completely like my pants would have been soiled. Oh, no! And he didn't even stutter a single time throughout that. He didn't stutter once. Oh my god, he got that too. Oh, that's everyone. my god, wait, that's so scary. Wait, that's awful. Man, I just got home. I gotta go back and deliver something across. No! In another half an hour? Wait, no, that's fine though, because then Krampus will be starting like closely after that. Go, 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 go. Wait, is that the bully? Oh, not anymore. Oh my god. And his friends don't even realize they're like ahead of him. He is so fucked. He is so fucked. Oh no. Oh no. Eddie. Eddie. Oh my god. This is like reminding me of Gmod horror. Wait, this fucked. Um, is this dude again? Oh. Oh. Oh my god. This is why you don't split up. This is why you never split up. This is exactly why you never split up. Oh. Why is the family of Pennywise here? Oh. Not so stupid are they anymore, huh? Bro, do not get near that thing. Obviously, he's trying to trap. Bruh, 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 bruh. Oh, fuck. Beep, beep. It's not as scary when he reaches out with his arms to chase you and grab you. Like that penguin shuffle he does is so much worse. fuck? Oh my god! Oh, that is his arm is so broken. His mom is gonna kill him. Oh my god. Giving why is God giving his weakest soldier his toughest battles, bro? No. What the fuck? No, this is kind of funny. Oh, that's Beverly. Ew. That's oh, you Bulba's forehead-headed bitch. Oh, wait, Beth's the goat. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. Eddie, move your ass, man. Oh! Why is it always him? Why is it always him? Why is it always him, bro? It is poor stomach. Been cut up by that bully now, Pennywise. Bruh. Oh! Oh my god! I thought it was broken, not dislocated. What the hell? What the hell? Why would he do that? Dude, why did they treat her like this? She's a literal victim. Next time? Next time? God damn you, Richie. Fight, 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 fight. Oh! Honestly, I mean, if I were in this situation for real, I'd probably be like Richie. I'd be like, why in the hell would you want to go explore deeper to find this goddamned bulbous foreheaded bitch ass clown? Like, I would not want to go back down there. I think realistically, I would understand if we don't do something. It will keep killing. Yeah, that's true. But like, if I was a kid, like you've got to think in the or like look from the eyes of a middle schooler. If you were in middle school, you'd be scared shitless and you would be trying to actively avoid death, you know? Also, it does not help that this clown, he doesn't just show you scary stuff. He looks into you, like finds out what your deepest fears are and then shows you that. So it's not even just like scary shit, it's like what you're most afraid of. And middle schooler me, I would not be fucking with that. I would not be. I'd be running away. I grew up watching scary things since I was 5 years old. Yeah, but still, it's not just scary things. It's the things you're truly the most afraid of. Death is the only thing left, and I guess Pennywise would just straight up kill you. I don't know. Like, what does Pennywise do if there's a child that doesn't fear anything but like only fears death? Wouldn't he just straight up kill them? Or like, or is that like his weakness, like someone that has no fears? I guess that is his weakness, no? Show them dying? Yeah, okay, then what would you do if like middle schooler you saw visions of yourself dying? Would you still want to go down into the well? Maybe you would actually. Me personally? Hell no. I'm a wussy. I'm not going down there. I'm gonna hide in my room till till the 1 year passes and then the clown's gone and then I'm free to go for the next 27 years until it happens again. YOLO, true, YOLO. Yeah, true. I guess one clown isn't enough to scare you off. You got this. it's his knife. Is he okay? What's happening? He's like, he's got PTSD? Oh. Interesting development. I just love watching things float. And you will too, Henry. Oh my god! Oh, wait, did he actually do it? There's no way he actually did it. Kill them. Whoa, that's a lot of blood. Oh my. Did he actually kill his dad? Oh, maybe he. Oh, maybe he did. You made up 17% of the total, like including gifted and donation and like and what? And 17? That's almost like 1/5. That's like what the? I made up 17%. That's almost like 1/4. From don't I made up 17%. I need what the fuck? 17%. Wait, what? I mean that does make sense. I did see the total you sent me. That was a lot. I do not make that much in even 3 months. That's crazy. Holy shit. 17%? My emotions are being played with right now because I'm like utterly disgusted from the movie. And I'm like completely in shock and awe from you. I love this community too. Everyone's so sweet and so nice. And everyone's so helpful too. So welcoming. Everyone's so like ready to give each other a hand, which I love. Yeah! Oh shit! Oh! 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 Dude, I see why she's so brave against the clown, because the clown is not her biggest enemy. It's this fucking dude, this creepy ass. Like, she has to permanently live with this guy. I want to thank Kari. I can't believe she sent me such a lovely son. Oh! Dude, Bev is so strong. Oh! 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 Dude, she's getting third-partied. Goro? Wait, wait, Goro, wait. Wait, the raid, Goro. No, the worst person to raid right now because my stream is literally like you can't even watch me do anything. Happy birthday! Thank you so much. happy belated birthday yourself, girl. I wish I could have watched, cause before stream, I saw that and it went live, and I was like, no, I have to stream too. So it was like such bad, unfortunate timing. Hi, thank you, and it's Ravi. Wait, I'm like the worst person to raid though, cause I'm literally watching a movie in Discord, so you guys don't even hear anything. It's literally just me. No, wait, this is oh my god. Wait, thank you so much for the raid, Goro. You're doing karaoke, right? I'm gonna rewatch the VOD later. Wait, I'm like, thank you for the raid, but this is like, I'm like a terrible person to watch getting raided into. There's like no content other than a couple pixels on my screen. Oh no, I was. Ooh, how did that go? Hopefully it has audio. I still haven't split my audio thingies. Oh, it probably does have audio if you haven't split it yet. Oh, I'll check it out after stream, after the next, after I finish stream in like 6 hours or something. I hope stream was good though. How's your birthday? What flavor cake did you get? Yeah, that's good. I had fun. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, chocolate. Ooh, wait, chocolate is. I love chocolate, especially if it has like cherry inside of it, like a cherry jam. They're gazebos. They're bullshit. They're bullshit, mom. Oh, sorry. I'm watching the movie. I probably sound so schizo. It had cherry on top. Yeah, I fucking love chocolate cake with cherries on them. Like if I ever get chocolate cake for my birthday, it has to have some sort of fruit in it. But it's best if it's cherry. Oh, like Black Forest cake is so good. Black Forest, strawberry shortcake, and like the average Asian bakery cake. They're like my favorites. Those are so good. I love them to death. Oh, thank you again for the raid, Goro. Ah. Not gazebos, they're placebos. Yeah, I know, but it was funny that he said it wrong. Like the girl at the pharmacy was like, they're placebos. And then he was like, they're bullshit, mom. It's gazebos. It's gazebos. Of course, of course. Thank you so much, though. Happy belated birthday, Goro. I wish to spend another great year. We need to game more, though. We need to spend a lot more time gaming next year. I might feed myself and rest my voice. Sounds good. Have a good food session, and drink some honey with tea, or some warm water or something. Did I see Subway Surfers on mobile here? Maybe, maybe, maybe. Could've, possibly. We do, yes. Oh my god, I was actually talking to Siwi. We want to set up like a lethal company thing together, and I was thinking of inviting Kari and you. So it'd be like the four of us. Wouldn't that be so fun? Maybe. Perchance, possibly. I might have stuck in a little bit of Subway servers. I need to relax on Twitch? Yeah, dude, you need to save some money for yourself. I didn't even read your other message, my bad. I got excited about the raid. Penny out off the top rope comes in for the third party. Yeah, right? Oh, that's what I was saying. Like, literally, like, she clutched up the 1v1, and then Pennywise, third party, lame ass dude, comes in from nowhere to finish her off. Like, hate this guy, hate this guy. There is no relax, there's no breaks. No breaks? I mean, sometimes there are breaks. Sometimes there are. You are the Polar Express. Wait, we should have watched that movie. Wait, that would have been such a good Christmas movie to watch. Maybe I'll do like another movie night. I don't think people would want to watch because I don't. It doesn't seem like many people are here. But like, that'd be fun if I did like another movie night and we did like the Polar Express. That's like maybe 5 time, maybe. But that would be fun. I don't think people would come though, which is the issue. It's literally just me, Big B, and my son. I lurk now? Sounds good, Goro. I'm so sorry to your viewers, because I'm just talking into the void by myself. You can't actually hear the movie, so I'm gonna sound schizo as hell. But thank you everyone for coming. I hope you have a good time, even though it's literally me just yapping to myself. I will have infinitely more time next week, full steam ahead until the end of the year. Ooh, okay. I'll see. I'll try. I'll see if I can host another movie night. I just worry that people won't be interested in it, and then I waste like one of my free days watching a movie by myself, pretty much. Like, viewers can come join us in Discord. We all float down here. We all float down here. So that would be nice if we had more people to watch with. That would be epic. That's a whole lot of bodies. Jackboxes in movies are so scary. Even in real life, they're scary. Oh, he's doing his silly little dance. He's got hops. He's got hops. Oh. Pennywise meets his maker, his match. Cause she ain't afraid of nobody except for her dad. Oh. Wait, what the wait, he doesn't even eat his victims, he just makes them float? Oh. Dude, I hate Henry so much, but like he is clearly like has been through a lot in his family. Like that is not the stare of someone who's lived a happy life with their family. He slowly eats their souls. Oh, he doesn't eat them their physical form. Dude, this guy's scarier than the clown sometimes. What the hell? Like he's covered in blood. I feel like it's scarier knowing this guy isn't like a supernatural being killing these children. It's just like he's just a normal guy you go to school with. And he killed his dad and he's oh whoa whoa oh my god oh my god oh my god oh my god oh I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, deserved, you bitch! Deserved! wait, you kind of needed that ammunition. Oh man. Was that half an hour? I think it was less than half an hour. Like a little bit less than half an hour. Wait, how did this guy end up by himself? When did that happen? Wait, no, it was actually half an hour. Was it like spot on? Like exactly half an hour? I can't tell. Oh, maybe you were not lying when you said half an hour. You're just like exactly right on time. Not a minute early, not a minute late. Oh, Junji Ito. So does that mean around 25k or more than on Twitch? Oh my god. That's a lot of money. I feel like you should use that money and... Oh! He dies? Oh, he doesn't die. I thought he died. Oh my god. I thought he died. What the hell? I'm viewing your stream on vertical mode. Yeah, it's because I'm testing out the beta for this vertical thingy that Twitch is doing. I got accepted into it. I like signed myself up and they actually let me in, shockingly. Yeah, right? It's so cool. So now this permanent Subway Surfer. I'm gonna have to get longer Subway Surfer gameplay though, because this one is only 30 minutes and it loops. So I'm gonna have to find like maybe like a 10-hour version of Subway Surfer. So the gameplay is like interesting. It's Georgie. The vertical view reminds me of YouTube Live, does it? I mean, they have been like kind of yoinking stuff from both TikTok and YouTube, so that's probably why. They just take a little bit from there and here. Dang, I just saw that. So silly, right? That's what I was setting up yesterday. Oh wait, no, you weren't there yesterday. You were like sleeping. It was during Valorant. But like I was setting up the Subway server during then. It's really cool though. I can't believe they could let me into the beta again. Holy shit. Like what? Like dang. Why is my PNG not opening her mouth sometimes? I gotta like fix that. That's how they're live if you're not on your PC. Damn, Twitch definitely yoinked it from YouTube. Ooh. Or dude, how are these children not traumatized? Like I thought the dream I had last night was bad. This is like a whole nother level of trauma. Wait, where do I see the Subway server gameplay on Twitch Mobile? You might have to update your Twitch, but it's automatically. Cam and her merging words together. It's hard to focus on English when like there's a movie I've also gotta put my brain to. Also, they just built like me. Wait, who? What? This ain't some Disney movie. Oh, maybe it is some Disney movie. Never mind, he was cooking. Never mind, he was cooking. OMG, you're so. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been practicing since I was a wee little lad. It's like waking someone up with smelling salts. Oh my god. If someone pulled up with the smelling salts, I feel like that would have been more believable than True Love's kiss in some random sewer hole with a clown. Oh, he's so cute. True Love's kiss to break the curse type shit. Exactly, exactly. But like, you would never expect it in this kind of movie. These kids wouldn't be able to purchase the salts. Well, earlier in the movie they were stealing shit, so maybe they wouldn't even purchase them. They would yoink them, do a little quick yoinking. Yeah, exactly. Who said anything about purchasing? We don't do that around these parts. Yeah, they literally stole in the movie, so Georgie's such a cutie. Look at him. Oh, yup. Oh shit! Imagine if that was Georgie. Oh, okay. That is definitely not Georgie. I don't condone on doing things I did as a kid. I don't condone that either. But sometimes it must be done in special circumstances, like killing off this Dark Souls level clown. Ew. Uh-oh. Dude, this. Oh my god. He's rabid. Ow. My ears are exploding. I need to turn this down. I was shouting down on that. He was. He was doing that early in the movie too. Like he'd just be chomping on arms. Dude, Bill Skarsgård does such a good job at acting as Pennywise. Yeah, I like the way he says, like, he elongates his words. It's not even like a stutter, it's just like, sorry. Oh my god, but she's actually looking cool for once. Oh! Oh! From all the arms he's eaten off of children. Oh, his fear is a crab? Ew. Doing that with a broken arm is... Oh. Oh, this creep. So gross. With the power of friendship and talk no jutsu, we will beat him. Exactly. The power of friendship prevails, always. There's no way this is how they beat him in the first movie, right? This feels so easy. Like they're just like, I'm not scared of you. And then he's dead? Oh, so all the children that are here, they don't come back to life because their souls have been already eaten, right? They just they just peacefully die. Oh, and innocence. That's why he goes for children, huh? That's how they beat him in the first movie. I feel like the second movie they went like crazy in the boss room, right? I remember being like in awe. I don't actually remember what happens, but like the second movie went crazy, right? Oh, Georgie! Dude, this is how you contract all sorts of diseases. This is how you probably die as a middle schooler after surviving that clown boss battle. Dude, he's not even like switching to like a different edge. They're all gonna get like 10 diseases each. Maybe even 50. Maybe hundreds. Who knows? And they're holding hands. Oh my goodness. Oh, and that too. And then Eddie, he was puked on with like bile and like all that disgusting shit by like Pennywise. I hate you was crazy. What? In the book, they did something different instead of this. Yeah, I think the book they did a lot of weird shit because Stephen King is an interesting, strange feller. Yeah, this is like the original movies and this they're like very very different. Hiru, what's up? Hi Hiru. Wait, what the fuck? What's up? I'm hiking a mountain. What is this side mission? Hiking a mountain? It's so cold though. Aren't you cold? Oh my goodness, the Rizzler. Dude, her eyes are so beautiful. Oh my god. He gets the girl in the end. He gets the girl. She's so beautiful. Oh, that was a good movie. I used to have a haircut like that. Like Billy's, like the bowl cut. She's playing peak IRL. She is. Get to the top. Get to the top for us. Don't forget the flares. Don't forget the flares. We had a group party while in the hideout. Yeah, I know about that, but we should not speak of that. It's for a nice picture of a famous lake. Ooh. I'll show you after. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Send us all the pictures. Can you rewind, JK? No, it's too late. What's been done has been done. Run it back? No, no, no. I've got to pee now. So it is water break and bathroom break, and then we'll resume on with Krampus, and then we can do it too. I will be right back.
That's a great movie, gang. Krampus is up next.
Hello, I'm back. Don't forget to get to the shrine to resummon anybody lost going to the top. Yes, I would love a revive, please. Much appreciated. And the campfire marshmallow? Yes, oh my god. Marshmallows would be so good right now, like toasted marshmallows. Hey, is everybody ready? Are we doing this now? We good now? We good to go, gang?
Krampus.
Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit. Yes, Krampus. Krampus.
Boo.
Yes, you scared the fuck out of me. Oh, should I start the timer? Oh my god, my timer. My timer's off because the movie's loading. Um, give it a second, give it a second. A movie be loading. Is it not loading? Hello? I would like to watch Krampus, please. Loading! Please wait! That's crazy! What quality is this movie in? 720p? What is 4K like? Does 4K actually look like 4K? Oh god, it's max volume. Okay. This does not look like fucking 4K. What the hell? Oh my god, this is gonna be so laggy. Which player is gonna be the least laggy? I already know this one's gonna be so laggy. Wait, let me restart. Sorry. This fuck. This fuck. Okay. Oh, okay, we're good now. It's almost freezing, but since it's elevated, I'm warm. Oh, that's good. That's good. Wait, so it's below negative. It's in the negatives, but it's still warm because physics. I don't I don't know, but it's both cold and warm. Damn, I should have turned on a voice changer and scared
Oh
Cam
my
when she came
goodness.
back.
No.
Nor, don't do that. Nor. It says I'm almost 1,000 meters high. Sheesh. Oh, Christmas, Christmas. You're basically still at ground level. 1,000 meters high is not ground level. That got so loud so quickly, it did. Let me turn it down. Damn! The badonkadonk, okay. I'm used to being in planes and other things. That is not ground level. If you're used to being in planes, that is. I fear the level of the ground does not adjust according to whether you're in a plane or not. Oh my god, that girl in the back looks so miserable. That elf girl. Slenderman is on Netflix. I watched that movie many years ago, and trust me, it is ass. When Black Fridays used to be the good old times. Yeah, when the deals were actual deals. They're so fake nowadays. Like sometimes, like some stores, if you don't look closely, they'll like hike up the price and then lower it so it looks like it's on a good sale. So you gotta be careful. I watched like 20 minutes of that movie and got so bored. Which one? Elf? Oh, Slenderman. Yeah, that movie was so boring. Like my expectations were blown away from how boring and how bad it was. I went for the fights. I didn't go for the deals I should have with popcorn. Understandable, understandable. Like back then, people were literally brawling for like the electronics. I remember this. It was crazy shit. That's probably why Christmas doesn't feel like Christmas anymore. There's no yearly Christmas brawls anymore. When they were worth killing for. Exactly! Damn, look at the spread. Those cookies look so not home baked. It's crazy. They look so store bought, but they're like presented as being home baked. That's funny. Black Friday was the purge when crime was legal as long as you didn't cut. Except it was like the actual real life equivalent of the purge. That is so true now that you mention it. This lady's my favorite character. I don't remember who she is. I don't remember anything about this movie, but I'm excited. She's about to like kick some Krampus ass or something. A manger. You would love Violent Night? What is that? Never heard of that, but maybe I would. Dude, why the fuck? Why would you go to the store buy a bunch of cookies when someone's at home baking a bunch of cookies? Like, what is the point? That's a waste of money. No. All this little guy's being isolated. Where's the Christmas spirit? What is this, Norwegian? Or Swedish? What is that? Pita. Oh, German? I think I've seen a trailer for that. Definitely gotta watch that. I'm interested. It's Santa Claus movie, but he's saving a home from intruders. Wait, what? Wait, that sounds badass. Literally, Red and I were talking earlier in stream, and he was like, he mentioned the Polar Express, and he was like, next week, and I was like, oh, maybe. So what if we do like a movie night where we do Polar Express and Violent Night? Wait, trailers. Oh, is it new? Maybe I can't stream it then, because I don't know where, because it's not on the Seven Seas sites. It was like last year? Okay, no, then we're set. We're good. We're good. Oh, dessert before Christmas? I mean, dessert before dinner? I believe in that too. It came out in 2022? Oh, okay. Maybe next week we'll do like a Christmas movie night, maybe, if people are interested. I think it'll literally be like the three of us again, or four of us. Is that a Christmas bong? I think everyone is either busy or tired from the work week. Yeah. It'll just be like five of us, maybe. I think Red might watch because he was the one who suggested it and he said he's going to be more free. So maybe Red, me, you, Azrael, maybe Azrael? Unknown? Oh! Oh my god, thank you for the follow! Dozy Plays, hello! Oh my god, you're probably so confused because there's no audio, but we're watching a movie in my Discord server. If you're interested in joining us for it, feel free to join. It is being streamed in HD and full quality. You can just call me Dozy. Yeah, I'll call you Dozy. Hi, Dozy. What's up? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Having a good December so far? I'm gonna be here while reorganizing my 13 collection. Sounds good. We're gonna be here for a while, because we still have a second movie after this, or a third movie after this. Dang, that's a whole lot of items. Toy Story's at 72 items. Dolls, porcelain dolls, books, comics, DVDs, trading. Dude, I want some porcelain dolls. Gonna pass those dolls over to me? My way? She's demanding the eggnog. How's the 18th looking? Oh, wait, let me see. 18th? I work on the 18th. I do a night. I do a closing. I can't do the 18th. Depends on how the mani-pedi goes with the girly, and if her sister babysits. I believe it'll go well. One of the items I own is a signed Nintendo 3DS Adventure Time game, and it's signed by Oliva Olsen, the VA of Marceline. Oh my god! Wait, that must be so special. You have that shit framed? I would frame it if it's got like an official signature. Sheesh. That's a Thursday. I work that day. If the day goes well, I'll be busy all night. Oh, sounds good. I'll see what day works for us then. I can't do the 21st. I'm celebrating my birthday, like the late birthday celebration with my mom and brother. Not yet, but I meet her at Comic Con. Oh, so it's not signed yet. So you have it. So you're. Oh, wait, that's so smart. You better get like a frame ready for it. That's my boy. That's my boy. I work every day, but I'm always down to watch movies. Yeah, but you no, you're gonna burn out if you work every single day. You work like 70 plus hours every week. Come home to watch a movie and mod for me. Get barely any sleep. You're gonna be so burnt out. This guy seems like an asshole. One of the one of them I collected, well, it was my childhood Woody doll, and I've had him since I was 5. Oh, it's cute. I fixed them and changed the damage parts with fresh undamaged parts. Wait, that's so like I had a drawing tablet that was broken, so I had to repair it because I've had it for so many years. So I get that feeling. It's just like wanting to keep the original and not wanting to replace it completely. Macaroni and cheese and hot dogs. Fire. This Christmas dinner is going absurdly bad. This family does not like each other. I still have the original plastic seal on it, and the plastic seal gets taken off the seal. Huh? Okay. If you do take it off, you can display it. So for now, you're just gonna keep it safe and wait for that signing. That's pretty cool. Why would you say that to a child? Ah, Rudolph. I mean, I'm still pretty dang good with time. You definitely are. You plan stuff and organize like a boss. Holy. The signature's on the plastic seal. Gotcha. You can never unseal it then. Slay, slay, slay. Sarah's cooking. Yeah, get out, you bitch. Get out my kitchen. Why is everyone so obsessed with eating reindeer in this movie? Dude, this family is horrible. Good morning, Lily. Good morning. Morning, morning. We be watching movies right now, Krampus. Oh, this is fucked up. I hate when characters in movies like read letters that are like meant to be viewed in private. Or I just hate when people invade other people's privacy like this. Like, oh my god, shit is going. It should be hitting the fan. I don't think Christmas will ever be like Christmas in this family. Cause dang, why is everyone beefing with each other? What is a Krampus? We'll figure out in this movie. I like being nosy. I mean, as long as the other person's okay with that. Who is this kid's actor? His face looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen this guy's face before, but I don't know where from. My favorite autograph is a picture frame, and it's my face autograph signed by Linda Young. I don't know who that is, but it must be very special. Voice actor from Dragon Ball, maybe? I also like being nosy, but like unless it's public information, then I ain't reading the letter aloud. Yeah, like I don't like. Maybe it's just like because I don't like having my boundaries like crossed. I don't want to cross anyone else's boundaries, so I just like stay in the dark about everything. Oh, she's the she? He? You're the VA. That's pretty dope. Dang, you got a lot of collectibles with a bunch of VA's signatures, huh? Uh oh. Uh oh. Krampus is coming for your ass. He be coming. Is Krampus Saint Nicholas? Cause the grandma earlier mentioned Saint Nicholas, and then she kind of like had that deer caught in like the headlights look to her. Uh oh. Linda Young is the original Frieza VA for the. Oh, that's pretty cool. It must be nice getting to meet all these voice actors. I've not had many autographs given to me in my life. I think I've just had one by like one or two actors of like some TV shows I watch, but other than that, got nothing else. What the? He doesn't want to eat Thanksgiving leftovers? Thanksgiving leftovers are bomb. I think it's supposed to be the opposite of Saint Nick. Oh, instead of the giving Santa, Krampus takes. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. So Krampus is like like an entirely different entity. His noodle incident. What the fuck? Oh, I'm curious. What is this noodle incident? Oh my god, wait, this is DHL? Is this a sponsorship? Product placement? This is product placement. That is 1,000,000% product placement. This is the first time I've seen DHL. Like, ever in your life, you like the delivery service? Are you crazy? The daughter's not coming back. She's staying over for sure. Yummy hot chocolate. Yummy, yummy. Is he the only one that can understand her? Why is he like the translator for everyone? That's prime snowmobiling weather. I wish for a movie for a day like that. I wish for a blizzard too. I've always wanted to get locked in my house. Like, I want that to happen just one day in my life where I get locked in, bombarded by snow. What's the name of the movie? Oh, it's Krampus. It's Krampus. It's like a Christmas horror movie. Do people not know who Krampus is? I don't think he's like a popular, cause he's like a horror character, right? People don't want to think about scary stuff on the holidays. They want to think about the good. They want to think about their family and spending time with each other and the good memories and happy thoughts, happy dinners, happy foods, you know, like that stuff. They don't want to think about this stuff. So that's probably why people don't know about Krampus. Also, if people started knowing about Krampus, like it was common sense to know Krampus, children would know of Krampus, and that would entirely make Christmas like a more terrifying experience. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Why the fuck is he howling? This movie's loud as balls. Opening to your door to a wall of snow seems funny. It's right, but I want that to happen. Oh, that snow looks so fake. I mean, this is like how many years back? They probably didn't have a super high budget for snow. It's good enough. It's good enough. They said it's good enough. Oi! Oh, she is fine. Yo, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Is he gonna lift up the entire truck or what? I'm scared. Oh my god, it's like a monkey bomb or something. Like a horde of Krampuses are gonna show up at our feet. Is that a mini Krampus? Hello, mini Krampus. Oh! Oh, goodness. He's pagan origins, so never mind. Most people don't look into myths in other cultures. I think it's that, and just like people don't want to think about scary shit during the holidays because it's such like a family and child oriented holiday. Like if Krampus were well known, children would be afraid of Christmas. And we're not trying to scare our children during the holidays when we're supposed to be happy. Oh, he is spitting facts. He is spitting facts. You do be right. She's not back. Dorothy. God damn you. I wouldn't be sending Santa a letter. I'd be sending Krampus a list of things I saw people do. And that's one bloody Christmas then, I don't know. Every single year? Oh boy. Never mind a white Christmas, it's gonna be a red Christmas. Why is this the only guy that, like, her son can't even understand her? Oh no, he can. Most families just say Santa won't give you any gifts to naughty children instead of a myth. Yeah, exactly. If you say something will come after you, these children are gonna be scared shitless. Like, holy fuck. How long is this movie? Like an hour and a half? And we're 30 minutes in, so one more hour. And then we've got it chapter 2 after this one, which is another 2 hours. So we've got a long night ahead of us. Yeah, Baby No Money has a thing in peak. I saw that today. I missed it. We could have done it yesterday. Oh wait, no, yesterday was my birthday, which was the 11th. Oh no, it wasn't in. Oh yeah. What happened to killing people with kindness? Nah, we're sending. We're sending a Wendigo Santa type shit. Exactly. You know how scared these children would be. Like, I think the lump of coal thing is good because it's like you learn from it. But then if you get sent a creature that will just straight up take your life for doing some naughty things, or for not believing in Santa, like, dang, did I really deserve all that as a kid for not believing in Santa? Like, I'd be so scared. I don't think we should be forcing children into believing things they may not want to believe in. There's one movie I was watching 200 times today. It's the 1966 How the Grinch Stole Christmas, which is the original animated movie. I don't think I've seen that one. I've seen like the revamped version of the Grinch movie, but it's even then it's been a long time since I watched that one. I don't really typically watch Christmas movies. Krampus will give good gifts if you're a good kid. Yeah, I thought that was Santa's job though. See, like, look at them. Being trapped from this blizzard is causing them to have some, like, valuable family bonding time. I don't want to be trapped in the blizzard. Yeah, squirrels in the sweaters. Or maybe they're hiding in your ceiling. The raccoon is Rudolph. that ain't no squirrel. What the fuck? That ain't no squirrel at all. C is crazy. See? Yeah. See? Squirrels? Yeah. Totally. The original is based off the book, and the book didn't have a backstory like the others, which shows how the Grinch hates Christmas. And this one is just simple. I like that though, because it's just like he hates Christmas, and then he learns to see the true value in it, and what it's like to give to others instead of be a little silly, grouchy guy, isolated from the rest of society. He does, but Santa will, at worst, give coal. Krampus will take bad kids. Bruh. Holy shit, that's spooky. Santa tripped up there, yeah, hella, he was fumbling. Broke his ankles up there or what? Who stabbed Gingy? I don't think that could do that. What? Those are some big hooves. It's gotta be like a Canadian moose. Actually, don't like a lot of mountain goats walk on their hind legs? Because they like scale the mountainsides vertically. I think Santa was too big. Damn, we fat shaming Santa now? Jeez, okay. These two remind me of the Home Alone dudes. They kind of do, but they're not evil. I hope. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, peak? Mesa level? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. What the fuck is down there? Dude, he's gonna be like half a body. What the fuck? Dude, what is that? A snow worm. Alaskan bullworm. Santa's fat only on Christmas. He needs the energy to visit all the homes in 24. Ah, that makes sense. Gotta eat his carbs. Oh, not Lucinda! Oh my god, how could he do that to Lucinda? Bro couldn't save him, so he put him down. Whoa! Honestly, I'd rather be killed in one shot than die a very painful, gruesome death. And Max is a master instigator. Oh, wait, isn't that alcohol? Peppermint schnapps? Schnapps? Where did my movie just go? Where did my movie just go? The hell? Bro, I just moved something in my vertical source and it just fucking killed the entire... The hell? Where did my movie just go? What the hell? Where did my movie just go? Where did my movie just go? What the hell? What just happened to my movie? But I have a new source. What the fuck just happened? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Let me add my... Whoops. Crazy how good you are at Subway Surfer. I'm the best at Subway Surfer. You don't even know. You don't even know my game like that. Why does that break my... Why does that break my window? What the fuck? I can't move my... God damn you. God damn you. I will figure this out. Oh, you don't see this. You don't see this. You don't see that. What was that? Oh my god, that is the wrong thingy. I'm a professional. Trust me, guys. I'm a professional streamer. Trust me. Wait, it's fixed. I didn't even touch it and it fixed itself. Oh shit. I don't know how it fixed itself, but it did. Crazy. No, I'm saved. I'm saved. Everyone don't read this except the streamer. Did I just get... Did I just get rickrolled? Mid-movie rickroll is crazy. What the hell? On rickrolled in so long. I think the last time I rickrolled, like I got The last time I got rickrolled, I rickrolled myself on accident. I only mod for the bastards. Thank you, Bigby. Thank you. I'm better. I'm stronger. I'm him. God, this guy's so silly. A shepherd's gotta protect his flock or whatever. And then look at the guy. Look at his fin. Is it pixeling because there's a big Japanese? I don't know, maybe. Perhaps. I mean, I can't guarantee there isn't. I'm just kidding. There's no ween. Which don't ban me. There's no ween. Why are the squirrels laughing now? Yeah, Krampus is about to murk everybody here. It is actually over for this family. Oh, hook, line, and sinker. Oh my god, this is like Shrek. This is like Shrek. Like when Gingy gets like chained down to like free their friends from the prison. Life is just one big Shrek reference. Why is he? Oh, oh my god. He reacts like the real Gingy too. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh my god. Everyone's getting sucked in. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh, that's a... Oh. Oh. I have to go. Bye. Oh, goodbye. Thank you for coming by, Dozy. my god! Oh my, these are some violent squirrel. That's a strong squirrel. Oh. If only you had been keeping watch. Oh no. She's cooking so hard. Started with the wind. I was not paying attention for for a second. This animation goes hard. Holy shit. Wait, they had a budget for actors and animation? And this is like high quality too. Dang! Oh, is this because Max wished for his family to like. I forgot what he exactly wished, but he did wish for something. Krampus. I can't roll my R's. My. And Santa leaves you a lump of coal, but Krampus takes your parents and leaves you orphaned for Christmas. It goes crazy. throw all the money. I would throw all the money into any movie that brings mythology into reality. I would not want that. There's a lot of fuck shit that happens in mythology. That's what I said, Holly. I'm goaded. Do you just not realizing you're goaded? You've been goaded. I need Krampus direct line. I need him. I don't think you should wish that on like real life people. Should probably not be saying that. That's a crazy thing to say a little bit. Yeah, I think we should probably keep away from stuff like that. Are all the orphanages just filled with kids who meet Krampus? Honestly, maybe. Considering like a lot of babies get left on doorsteps on like Christmas Eve or day or whatever, might be. I mean, make all mythology into films. Oh wait, that would be epic. That would be so. I would want to watch that too. Not into reality though. That would be spooky. Oh, Glaze? What's wrong with that Glaze? Hello? That my mom is going through it? Wait, what? I said that? And she looks like she already fought the final battle? Wait, what? So lost right now. Read it again? Mom is going through it. She looks like she already fought the. I'm so confused right now. Is this like a separate topic from the Glaze? Or I'm confused. If mythology was real, the world serpent, yeah, dude, there's so many creatures in mythology that would just like be world ending if they were real. I would pass on that. Is that a bomb? It sounds like a bomb. A Christmas themed bomb. Oh, don't open it up. She really wants to open that present. Oh, reusing his lines. Okay, I see you. Those are not no squirrels. You moved past the glaze and now. Oh, okay. I was like, I thought you were talking about like the glaze zone. I was like, so very confused. Keep going off topic, yeah. It's hard to stay on topic with the movie because there's a lot of people that aren't watching the movie in the Discord. Why are the parents letting these children out by themselves to roam around the house when there's some killer thing killing off everybody and their children? Like, no way the parents are not forcing their children to stay locked up in a room. Stevie? Stevie? That is so clearly not Beth. Oh my goodness. Hi, Junon. I can watch a movie while reading a book while getting a new high score in the Subway Surfer. Unfortunately, I cannot. It is hard for me to stay on track with just one thing. Yeah, why would you do? Oh my god! You would just let them go by themselves, you crazy old lady. Oh, he's strapped. He's got the revolver. Okay. It sounds like the evil version of Elves. I think it is. Or maybe they're like the mini gingerbread we saw earlier. That dog's so cute. Yup, yup, yup. Oh shit! What if all the toys like came to life? Oh no, the cookies! I was, it was the gingies. Damn, all the cookies Grandma baked and they're all coming to life, turning evil. Maybe they should have went with the store-bought cookies. Sounds like the gingerbread man is tired of running. It's our turn to run, run, run as fast as we can. You can't run from me. I'm the gingerbread man. What the hell is that, bro? Literally, what is that? Literally, what the fuck? I'm getting Pennywise vibes. He's using up all his ammo. Oh! Dude, why are they aiming for both his legs? Oh, these cookies are some evil fuckers. What the hell? Where did they even find a stapler gun in the kitchen? Oh, that's a nail gun! Oh, that's even worse. When did Pennywise get into the Christmas spirit? I guess now. Oh. Oh. What? Ew, my goodness. Poor mother cannot catch a break. Bear? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, wait, genius. Oh my. Oh, wait, stick your tongue back in your mouth. Ew, what the? Oh, it's trying to tongue her down. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh. How? This one's. Oh, these things are actually rabid. What the shit? Charge! Oh, yeah. Oh, it knows acrobatics. Eat it. Oh, doggo! Doggo! Doggy! For real, W dog, W dog. Oh, Stevie. Oh, the power of mother. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, she's kicking ass. Oh. Oh man. Wow, right in like the spinal cord. Oh, there's more. She locked in hella hard. She carried that entire fight. A worm? Or like Pennywise? Oh my god, he's venting. Amogus. Sussy. You got it, Rosie. Okay. Oh. I do not think Rosie's got this. Oh! There's no way they would kill a dog in this, right? Very ew. You bitch! I thought she killed all of them. Oh! Wait, her aim's kind of nutty. I need her on my roster, what the hell? Damn, man, Dorothy! She kinda cracked with it, what the? I actually for real need her on my roster. She one-tapping them like crazy. Oh! Wait, that's just playing dirty. The fuck? Hi, Echo! 30 stream? Oh my god. You're such a big lurker. The elves are here to kidnap your children. I be watching. I can't believe you like 30 stream streak? I didn't know you were this big of a lurker. Dang. Oh! Bro. This sound effect, I know! And she was like screaming as she got yoinked away. It was like fading in the distance. That was very comical. See you in hell. There are better. There are worse last words to have been said. No, they just took the. They just took their IGL. They just took like the aimer, bruh. The rifleist. We needed Aunt Dorothy, man. We needed her. Shroud. They took our simple man. Dude. Like, listen to your mom. She's been through this before. I think you should let her do her thing. Why they take the baby? To send it to the orphanage, duh. To leave at the doorstep of the orphanage. No. Man, she's a go. I'll miss her. I mean, there's also a chance she doesn't die because she still believes in Christmas and family. Granny's ideal. Yeah, and Dorothy's like, she's not the IGL, she's just like the aimer. I don't know what you would call that in a pro CS team. But Granny's the IGL. Or maybe she's the opper. And Dorothy's the opper. They taking it to the sweatshop? I'd rather not. They, dude, it's a baby. I think they're sending the baby over to an orphanage. What's a baby gonna do in the sweatshop? Like, oh, please spare grandmother. No, oh, you know who Granny is? She's the coach. Cause she's played these. She went pro before, and she's no longer in the roster. She's the coach. She's not the IGL. That's the IGL. She's the coach, and Dorothy's the opper. I've played these games before. I wonder if Krampus will remember her. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be human, but he's human and half goat, maybe. Maybe she's his type. I mean, human. Yeah, my bad. That is, you're right. This is the farthest thing from human. Oh, he's giving her a gift. Oh wait, no. She's gonna bag her. Oh, poor grandmother. What? She did not deserve that. That is, yep, I suppose so. You literally stuff them into a bag. That's how you get all the maidens. I was not familiar with your game, Krampus. Yeah, finally playing checkers. Krampus over here playing 3D chess. For real. Uh-oh. Alaskan bullworm. Oh! Alaskan bullworm. Dude, let go of your mother. Oh no. Mom did not need to stay out there. I'll be right back. She's not coming back. Ah, fuck, what the hell? This part's a banger. This part is not a banger. Oh shit, it's not starting. Okay, the battery to that truck would be drained. Exactly. Like, no, that's not wanting to start. Literally in the middle of a blizzard. I'm surprised they got it. It ended up getting started. What? Oh. Oh. Oh, there's friendly fire. Oh my god, there's friendly fire. What the? What? Wait. That's ass. They all just accepted fate. Your mom did not need to accept so early, though. She was just like, BRB. Gonna go die real quick. Oh, he returned his letter. In a turn of events, another two fam down. Krampus takes the lead. Is this gonna be another dub for Krampus, or is there gonna be a chance for an upset? It's a comp match. You don't think friendly fire is on? Well, some games there is no friendly fire. Like Valorant, there's no friendly fire. Dude, Krampus just like leaves all these children orphaned instead of just giving them a lump of coal. Like, you're a bad kid. I'm about to take your entire family in front of you. Have fun with the rest of your life, kid. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, why is this? It's turning into like cult stuff now. Nah, the aftermath of all this winter weather is gonna be there for a long time. Yeah, this is like a heavy blizzard. This is gonna be like this for a while. Oh, you can't take it back, brother. Careful what you wish for, kid, cause he's gonna take you straight to your family now. See you in hell. Oh, wait, that's oh shit. Okay, maybe uh okay, maybe I was a little too harsh there. Don't take the kid literally to hell, please. Oh no. No. Heart of gold, go in there, save her! No, the poor kid. I mean, I've seen this movie. I don't remember any of it, but is it really a prediction if I've technically seen this movie in the past? I know this is a sweet gesture, but I'd rather him not wipe my tears away with his dusty, dusty nail. Bro, they're just laughing at the kid. Oh, bye, Stevie. That no doesn't sound real. It was very long. That pitch was very high pitched. That scream was very high pitched. It was all a nightmare. Woo! Dude, I hate those dreams so bad. Ones that startle you awake, and then you can't go back to sleep after them. And Dorothy, the goat. This movie gets a happy ending. Is this real? What if this is like false hope and he's in hell and they take this away in front of his eyeballs? Oh, what the fuck is that? Well, who gets to give someone a taxidermied animal on Christmas Day? What the hell? Cute? Hell no. What? I would give you a stuffed animal. I mean, I would like a stuffed animal, not Literally though, I do not want no taxidermied animal in my present box on Christmas Day. That is crazy. Oh, what's Krampus? Hypothetically, not literally. Yes, not like in this hypothetical situation on Christmas Day. I would prefer a plushie and not a literally stuffed and taxidermied animal. Don't give her a moose. I've never even seen a moose in real life. I kind of want to see a Canadian moose. That'd be pretty cool. So everyone remembers. They're just pretending or what? So everyone remembers. They just thought it was a bad dream. Oh! Oh, they're in a snow globe? Oh, they're doomed to relive Christmas Day forever and ever and ever and ever. Ah, so it wasn't a happy ending. It was like fake. I was right though. It was like happy ending, but it was like secretly they're in hell. Except this isn't really hell. I mean, this is like not a bad outcome. That was a good movie.
W movie.
W movie indeed.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was good. Are you gonna sleep now?
Sleep? Who needs sleep?
Are we? Oh my god,
Come on,
we're
let's
ready
go
for
to it
it?
too.
Yo, it too! It's time for it too! Yo! That's
Lock
if
in,
it
gamers.
loads. Lock in, lock in. I have to reset my timer.
What is sleep?
Oh,
So true.
is that Kami? Who's that? Who just spoke? Is that Azra? Who just spoke? What the hell?
Your son?
You sound different. Wait, what? Have you been messing with your mic? Whoa.
No, look, watch. If I press this button, I sound back to normal. Hello? Hello?
Huh? Oh, wait,
Oh.
interesting. Wait, that's so interesting. That's pretty cool. My
It
stuff
just
is so
changes my
interesting.
pitch by like 0.3.
Ah,
Makes me sound deeper.
that's pretty epic. Oh. Hello, just saying hi. I'm busy right now. Have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for just like stopping by. Good luck with whatever you have to do.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to quick trip.
Oh yeah,
I'm
sounds
gonna go
good.
get snacks.
Yeah, get them snacks. I forgot to. Oh shit! Wait, I'm gonna restart the movie. My bad. I forgot to start my timer. I need something to eat as well. Oh wait, pause it. Oh shit! My timer. My timer. Okay. Okay. You know what? Break time. Break time. Break time. Food time. Water time. Get your stuff. Get your stuff. Get your goods. Snack break. Yup. It's snack break time. I spin so fucking fast now. Holy shit, I forgot I changed that. So fast, yeah. I'm gonna miss the slow spin, but it is what it is. The slow one was cute, yeah, but I think people would prefer the fast one, so I opted for this one instead. What do we talk about now that everyone's on a snack break? How have your days been? You doing well today? Snacks, yeah, snack break. You got snacks too? Sleepy day, how was yours? Mine is also very sleepy. Cause I was struggling to fall asleep last night. I had like this terrible ass dream. I'll show you. Yeah, let me see the snacks. Dude, I had like it's so fitting right before horror movie night. I had like the most fucked up dream. It was I like woke up and my heart was like beating so fast and I just couldn't get back to sleep. I had to stay up for a bit and then take a nap later through during the day. Oh my god, that looks heavenly. That looks so good. That looks so good. What the fuck? Is this like this looks like peppermint. Is this peppermint flavored? Yeah, it was a crazy it was actually crazy. I don't like dreaming because usually when I dream it's like spooky stuff. It's like man, first time in a while I've dreamt and it was just like awful. It is, dude. I love peppermint. It looks so good. You gonna share with the class? It looks so good. I want peppermint. I want peppermint bark. I want more peppermint bark. I want all the peppermint bark. Go to Costco. It's funny because my dad and my aunt went to Costco, but they couldn't find like the big container of peppermint bark. They got like this assorted thing of like bark and other things. So I did get peppermint bark, but it was in like a tinier size, which was so disappointing because I was about to stuff myself with peppermint bark. Yeah, so now I'm just like I've got my peppermint bark for the year. It wasn't that much. Now I'm like sad. Maybe I do need to take a trip to Costco. What the fuck? I think my brother's going somewhere. He just sent me a picture and it looks like he's boarding something. What the hell? I feel like I need music. This is too silent. I don't like that. I'm like sitting in silence while we wait for everyone to come back. He's going to Costco in another city. He might actually be. He better bring me some peppermint bark. He's on a fucking plane. What the fuck? Where are you even going? I'm so confused because he's like always saying like I'm super broke. What the hell? What? He's going to an entirely different province, like super far away. I was not expecting that.
Boo.
Oh, hi, Big B. Didn't scare me
Let's
that
get going.
time. Let's get going. I think we have to wait for Azrael. Is he here? Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. I think he was just gonna do something. I mean, should we resume? I don't know. It's probably fine to start it, hopefully. I guess not. But it's probably okay to start now, because this movie is almost like 3 hours long, so if we keep waiting, I won't be sleeping too early, and I do work in the morning tomorrow. This is quite loud. I made hot chocolate and couldn't find any sugar cookies. Yo! Wait, hot chocolate is so good though. I want hot chocolate. He's coming back. He's making his appearance again. Oh, 27 years later. Oh, the movie just froze. What the fuck? No, you can't do this to
Oh
me.
man.
No. No, you can't do this to me.
Stop stalling.
Help.
Oh, there we go.
I'm gonna wait for the timestamp to line up. Oops. Hours of Minecraft paintings, yup. I don't think the people enjoy Minecraft paintings. Very, very, very. Dude, and every single frame is a different piece of artwork? Like, dang! This texture pack is might be the best texture pack in Minecraft of all time. It's got some wabi-sabi, it does! This guy looks so familiar. Where have I seen this guy before? What's wrong with this kid? Is this Eddie? Who is that? Oh, this is just like his random date. Oh! The hell? He really wanted that hat. The fuck? Oh my god, what is wrong with this town? Let the man breathe. Oh my god. Oh yeah, slay. No way, they just kill him. No, they kill Adrian. Oh my god. What the hell? These bastards. Jump in, save him. You gotta jump in. I would jump in. Oh, not that motherfucking clown. Can't believe you wouldn't jump in to save your boyfriend. What the hell? I would have jumped in. I would have jumped in. Oh! Right in the heart. Oh my... Oh, he actually eats him this time. I like how in one friend group there's always like, or one friend group in these types of movies, there's always one that's like dedicated their entire life to researching what they've seen and hunting down the bad guy. And it seems like it's this dude. What the hell? Why did it suddenly just cut like that? The hell? Wait, what? Wait, the movie just skipped forward like so many seconds. I have to wait for the timestamp to line up now. What the hell? Why did it just do that? Which one is this guy? Of all the children in the first movie? Dang. Celery! I was eating so much celery on set. Myra? Oh my god, he married someone that was just like his mom. Oh my god, he literally married someone exactly like his mother. That is. Isn't that just lovely? Whoa. Oh, this is Richie? I think so far Richie and Eddie were casted really well. I'm back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Oh I hate stand-up comedy. I'm scared. Cause like what if a joke doesn't land? Oh, this is like oh no. Oh no. I can't. 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 Oh. Oh, Doritos. Everyone's gonna snack. Which one's Ben? Was that the cutie patootie? Oh, it was. It was. It was. Oh wait. He's got the zoom fit on point. I was wondering if you're just being quiet, but turns out the stream was muted for me, bro. I've been yapping. I've been yapping up a storm. There's a TV show. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm watching these movies now, so I can watch the Welcome to Derry show. No invite. This is just me. This is I'm watching it by myself. Actually, no, I'm watching it with another friend. I want to join, please. No, this is not an open lobby movie night, unfortunately. It looks like we're watching a Minecraft. That's literally what Inside said earlier. Like it's like a Minecraft painting on the screen. Oh wait, that sounds like a good plan though. Popcorn and great sushi. Oh, this is him. Oh, wait, is he? Oh. Is he about to do No! Oh, I thought he was about to do something bad. This is how I watch streams on my laptop only when Oh, he is doing some. Oh, no! Wait! Oh my. No way! He killed. He. Oh my god! I remember this actress. She was in. That one. She was in that movie with the maids. She was the blonde. She was the blonde lady. She was very pretty and very cute and bubbly. What's that movie called? Maid? I don't know. Damn, how did like half the crew end up so rich? Sweet tart ropes? What is that? And liquid death tea. Oh, I don't know what that is, but sounds like you got a bunch of yummy snacks. Dude, why are all the men she surrounds, like she gets in her life, are just like really weird? Why is she always. What the hell? Like she can't escape her dad and then she gets into another abusive relationship? What the fuck? She cannot escape this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Beat his ass. You know what to do, Bev? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, Liquid Death. I remember that. I forgot. Like, but now I remember. Lock the fucking she locked in. Bruh. Yup. Slay. A sewer. I hate the idea of a sewer tsunami. That sounds so awful. Mix in a couple dead bodies into that sewer tsunami, and that's just that's all I've ever wanted in my life. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god! Wait, he's back, but he's still young. Wait, that's literally insane. Oh no, this is in the past. I thought this is current time. Dude, this guy's a psychopath. The hell? We all float down here, like I said. We all do. Oh, this is him now? I think them having that rock fight actually fucked something in his brain. Cause like ever since that rock fight, he had that like that really weird deadpan look in his eyes, and then he like straight up killed his dad. So I think they don't have rock fight kids. No, I think it shattered what was already broken. Oh my. Oh, wait, it's his friend. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Think the wise one she is. Wait, no? No. Spin. Spin. Not the no. No. Can't make me not say. What heart? No. That's fine, never mind. It froze, but it's fine. I remember laughing so hard watching this in theaters. I don't remember laughing at all, so maybe I'm in for a ride. Is it funnier than I remember? Oh, these two, I wanted these two to end up with each other so much, but it looked like her and Billy were gonna end up together. I have a broken mind, so I laugh at bad things, but Big B was also laughing, so maybe this movie is funny. Oh my god, my timestamp's off. where's Billy? Hey, is my timestamp right? Dude, my timestamp is fucking off. Why does it keep skipping a couple seconds? Why does it keep doing that? The hell? Oh my god, that's so fitting. That is so fitting for his character. Dude, why does it keep doing that? It keeps skipping a couple frames. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Uh-oh. I'm going to kill somebody. What the hell? Why does it keep doing that? Oh, I'm not gonna do that actually. Why would I do that? I'm gonna treat myself very nicely. And this is in crowd games. You're right, you're right, you're right. Why does it keep doing that? Help me. Help. Should I just restart the thing? Wait, let me restart the thingy. This is like, why does it keep skipping a couple frames? Do you see that? Is that Billy? This is not how I expected Billy to look like when he grew up. Oh, now it goes for adults instead of children. It feasts on adult souls. Yes, movie. Why would they not believe him? They all went through the same fucking clownery past. Like they know it comes every 27 years. No. Oh no. Poor Stanley. They for gore? How could they forget that though? That was such like a huge thing of their childhood. I would never be able to forget that. Like a killer clown chased me and my whole friend group, and we lived and beat it. Ew. My god. If it's like the first movie, that means only they see the illusions, and now all of them just look like crazies. Oh. Oh my god, you cannot be doing this in a public space. Uh-oh. Clearly not. Oh my god, this is the kid from Jurassic World. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a child. You want a picture? Oh my god. Never meet your idols, guys. Never meet your idols. Never meet your heroes. It's sort of funny because the comedy in it overtook the creepiness in the theaters. Oh yeah, I don't think this one will be as scary as the first movie. No. Oh my god, she must have seen this back in the past. But if I never meet my idols, I wouldn't know how bad of a person they are. I want to have only good idols to follow. That's true, that's true. Oh, maybe you should meet your idols. Oh no. Good luck, buddy. I met LT Dan. I don't even know who that is. LT Dan. LT Dan. The Diamond Minecart Dan. I don't know who that is. LT Dan. Lieutenant Dan. I don't know who that is. From Forrest Gump? Oh, I didn't watch Forrest Gump. I met Treoris? Who's Treor? Oh my god! A diamond minecart! Ayo, movie night? Yup, movie night. Movie night, movie night. Oh my god, your big bulbous forehead. I remember you, fucker. How are you not immediately running away after you see that? Jesus. Bro! Damn, taking advantage of a child's empathy. Yeah, I'm not being friends with you. I'm dipping. Bye, brother. She clocked him. She did. I don't want to be your friend, bitch. And now he's taking advantage of her and her kindness. Oh my god, no. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. He now eats people, it seems. Yeah, what the fuck? Nom 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 nom. Hey, when I get a friend request on Discord, sheesh, Aura. Oh! Oh my goodness. Okay, he's on the run. Why is there just like a perfectly Henry-sized hole in the fence? Oh. What the hell? They're working together. But he did get rid of it. Wait, true! He did get rid of the birthmark. I mean, he wasn't lying then. Always believe in Pennywise. He didn't blow it away. Oh, but he did get rid of it. It is gone. And she'll never have to worry about that birthmark ever again. Telling the truth right there? Yeah. I mean, he may not have blown away, but she will never be bullied for her birthmark ever again. Why is she now revealing this critical information? Oh, wow. That's just dandy. Oh, the starter's still there. Oh. If there's a guide on how to kill this guy, he wouldn't be alive right now. It came back when he got in town. Oh. I kinda like that though. I think the stutter is like, it's so him. Oh my god. Oh. Well, that's just. He stole from the natives. Interesting. Wouldn't be the first time. Would not be the first time we've done that. This feels so druggy. Oh my god. You drugged his water. You drugged his water. He was drugged. Yup, he was definitely drugged. Oh my goodness. Nor. You may not have some of the drug water. He spiked his drink. Oh! This is such a bad trip. What are you doing to this poor man? Yeah, what the hell? This is probably the worst trip he'll ever suffer from. Oh my god, he's bleeding from his mouth. He must have bit his tongue super hard. You're crazy. You're crazy, man. Every night? Every night for like the past 27 years? Oh, the deadlights. I forgot. She was like, she had her soul sucked for like 5 minutes. One person's nightmare is someone else's daydream for real. Like I remember when I was saying the Dark Pictures anthology and like aliens, then people started talking about how they were into aliens, and I was like, if I saw an alien like that IRL, I would shit myself. And they're like, they're into the alien like that. I was like, damn, everyone really has their own preferences. If I meet aliens, I'd offer them Skittles. I mean, if they aren't the aliens from like Alien Isolation, I think you'd be fine. I think they would happily take the Skittles. If we're talking the ones from like the Alien series, though, I think they're gonna take a little bit more than just Skittles. didn't say they would be dead or alive when I offered them Skittles. Sheesh. Okay, I see you. If you forget how to kill one of those suckers, then you gotta let me know that. I've gotta learn this tech. Oh, that's the hatch. Bro, it's a kill first, ask questions later kind of guy. Yup. That's my son. Oh, he was right. Oh, transported back into the past. This is cute. Oh, look at him. He's such a cutie patootie. They filmed this 2 years later, but they all look exactly the same. What is this movie magic? I think the door is right around. Everything consumes him. No. It was part of his plans. Because he knew he was gonna come back 27 years later and struggle to find the location, so that was all. It all went according to the blueprints. Oh, it's still there 27 years later. Oh, he put his hand down. He's matured. He's grown up. Yep, and he did indeed pick it up. For real is. His little dance, I remember. Oh, wait, I like his thinking. These two fight a lot. Yeah, I don't even know, Big B. Yeah, right? For like a bunch of middle schoolers, they did a hella good job. Though the idea of spiders randomly dropping on my head does sound awful. I think if I have a tree, if I have like a clubhouse, I'd rather have it in a tree than underground. If she knew how Stan was gonna die, why didn't she go visit Stan sooner? Like, she knew he was gonna do the deed in his bathtub and bleed out, and she didn't go visit him or anything? Didn't check up on him? Yeah, treehouses are sick too, anyways. She didn't know when, but the fact is, if I know my friend's gonna die due to self bathtub stuff, like I'm gonna hit them up immediately. I'm not gonna wait until they die or like Justin right about like right until the moment they do it. I keep coming to stream so I can chat, but then I look at the pixels for a solid 5 seconds and I forget I gotta open Discord again. I wish I could stream the full movie on Twitch, but like, obviously that is very not allowed. I'm such a goof. True, 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 true. There's no denying that. Did you see it, Pixis? I'll check it out later. I'll check it out later. I'm invested in this movie. She be hiking, she be reaching the peak. Oh! Oh my goodness. Oh wait, did they stop being friends at some point? Oh, this is how you fumble the girl. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my. Fumbled the girl. I guess so, because he didn't want to help her defeat Pennywise the Clown forever. Like, you defeated him one time, you can do it again. Come on. Good. This lady's suspicious. She's so sus. She's gonna morph into Pennywise. Bro, she's so suspect. What the hell? That was kind of rude. Like the way she said that. This part, uh-oh. Uh-oh, what do you mean this part? Something happened? Is the blood gonna come back? Stain her walls again? Alice for real, she's so sus. Dude, how bad is my delay right now? What is the delay looking like? Oh, okay. Wait, 3 seconds. Pretty good. That's pretty epic. His dad's such an asshole. I'm like starting to question why the mother even married this man. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? That guy is so crazy. He is so disgusting, so disturbing. My skin literally is like itching right now. Because I feel so bothered by that character. I'm here to enjoy this blurry movie. You can join the Discord and watch it in full quality. You don't have to enjoy it in its Minecraft painterly self. I'm getting fucked by Simon right now. I don't know who Simon is, but I hope you lock in and have fun. Oh, Captain! I don't think she would appreciate you. Oh, tearing up her house. What was that? Grandma was getting jiggy with it. Simon, big man with big sword. That does not clarify anything for me. Who is Simon and why does he have a big sword? Oh, that stare in her eyes. Why is she so hot? Dude, girl, you should be running for your life right now. I think she lagged. What's the ping on her? Oh, probably like at least minimum like 160 ping. I could not remember the word for some reason. Oh, she be peeking. She be stealthy. Oh my god, it's Pennywise. Oh my god, she's nude. It's literally in the nude shuffling. Oh my god. Get ready. Oh my god, I'm about to see some old booba. Is it gonna be like Pennywise with titties? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, they be hanging. Oh my lord. What is that, bro? I'm not gonna question it. Pennywise? Oh my god. Pennywise but human. He's a boss from Expedition 33. He's the hardest boss and he has a big sword simply because he is him. I believe in you. You got this. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Okay, that's just lovely. I knew she was sus. I knew she was sus. I would be. I'm the best. I'm the best at that. If I were a character in a horror movie, I would make it to the end. I was so good at Amogus. I was good at camping on cameras and calling people out. Other than that, I was pretty bad at it. What the betrayal? The hell? So quick to turn on your friend. I would make it to the end simply because I do not fuck around and I will not be finding out. Yup, exactly. Like anything sus happens, I'm out that hoe. Like I'm not I'm running immediately. It'd be well known I would have to make it I would make it to the end because surprise I'd be the killer. Some killers don't make it in the end though. Oh! He's like the antagonist the main characters team up with to defeat the true evil. Yeah, exactly. Switching sides on accounts. The power of friendship. Oh, that's just great. Dude, I like the fit though. The fit is peak clown. Yeah, catching up with the gang. Oh, not the penguin shuffle. Oh my god. I don't want to play with the clown, sir. Oh, wait, is that his bike? What a coincidence. They're just like, they happen to be selling his exact bike from almost 3 decades ago. The man, the myth, like, who is this? $300? Yeah, I'm not buying it. I hate when people are like, you can afford it, so then they hike up the price. That's lame. Like, just because he has money does not mean you can be taking advantage of that. Oh my god. Oh, you're selling a 3-decade-old bike for $300? Fucking scam artist. Oh my god. Is that Stephen King? I did not know that he looked like that. I thought he'd be like younger for some reason. whole love triangle between these two and her and Ben is insane. I wonder who she'll end up with. He didn't deserve the girl Ben did. I think Ben also noped the fuck out though. He was like one of the first people to be like, nope, I'm not doing this clown stuff. I'm out of here. So I feel like in that none of them deserve the girl. But you know, either one of them can make up for it. They can redeem themselves now. Ooh, this isn't like the past. You can't be just leaving your bikes in the street. They're gonna get run over. Ben was the one with the poem. I know that, but that doesn't change the fact that he noped the the like right immediately when she wanted all of them to gang up and finish the clown for good, you know? What made her love the wrong guy? All of them abandoning her and choosing not to defeat the clown together? They did not believe in the power of friendship and teamwork. They just noped the fuck out of there. When she needed them the most, they all disappeared and then she had to go back home to her father. But they can redeem themselves. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, don't trust in it. Oh, goodbye to your arm. Goodbye to your arm. Oh, I don't. Oh my god. Oh, those are some bony hands. Oh, wait, he actually got the paper boat. You said it yourself you won't want to fight it either? Yeah, but that in the end, that just means I wasn't worthy of the girl either. Uh-oh. I wouldn't want to fight it, yup. We would both not deserve Bev. She was the actual carry during that fight, though. Like, during all the fights with the clown, she was saving all of them. Like, remember when she stabbed that thing in the head? This kid has been yelled at by a bunch of random old men a lot lately. Like at the restaurant and now here too. Poor kid's gone through it. I want it. I'll sell tickets. Yo, I would buy a ticket. I would buy a ticket. I would want to watch that. Yo, wait, I want to see that. I mean, if it fades off fear, so if you ain't scared, it won't show itself. Damn. So Azrael would be in the ring, but it'd just be him because he's not scared of it. I'd bring bait. I don't know what bait would lure the clown in. Like, would you just pretend to be scared? Oh, that would be good bait. Oh, yeah, Zippo. I have a Zippo too. Kid who's getting yelled at by all the adults would be bait, but I'll pay his family if I can't save him in time. Um, I, uh, like, if I were the family, no amount of money is gonna make me happy with the loss of my child. I'm sorry. What the hell? Huh? This is Pennywise? Oh my goodness! Oh! Why is she running like that? Oh my god, why is she running like that? Oh, please don't lock yourself in the locker. Oh my god, this is how he gets. This is why he develops. No. This is a one big locker. Like the lockers we had in high school were not this spacious. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, I thought he was gonna get locked in a locker, but that's. Oh! Oh my god! What the hell? Heavenly Father is the truth in the Bible. Father is our Savior. Hope. Come to the I've never seen this on Twitch before. Like, I've gotten letters like this in person. I've never seen this on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you for the bit pills. I unfortunately do not believe in anything. But thank you. I feel so blessed. I feel very blessed. Thank you for the bit. Thank you. I'm trying to grow my hair like that guy. Which one? This guy? Ben? Do you not believe in our Lord and Savior, Kenny S? I believe in Kenny S. This is sweet. I believe in Kenny S. I don't believe in Kenny S. I don't believe in Kenny S. I believe in Kenny S. I've never received a message like that ever in my life. I actually was stumped to know how to respond. Thank you so much, Pills. Oh, in the cameos? No, there's no cameos. I wonder if she's gonna be there, like the girl that was in the pharmacy years ago. Oh, oh, that was something. Wait, and now they're having a stare down. Okay. Oh my god! Wait, this is the same guy from the first movie. It's her! It's her! It's her! Dimple? Ew. Ew. Oh my god. Why was he like wiggling his tongue like that? Touching his face. Oh. Okay, gotcha. It's her! Oh no. Oh no. I got scared from that. Not this basement. That is not your mother, bro. That is not your mother. Oh, oh, oh. Diseases. Oh my god. Wait, it actually is his mom? It's not fake? Is this real? Or... Wait, is his mother actually there? I thought Pennywise didn't kidnap the parents, though. It was just children. This has to be an illusion. Oh, oh my god! Why is everyone naked? Oh my god, he leaves his mother? Oh my god, he tongues his mother down. That's crazy. Wait, that's insane. What's with all the tonguing? Camius led me to the light. I didn't. Camius doesn't exist. Oh! Oh my god, what is this guy? Tongue down his mother, now he's next? Dude, put that thing back in your mouth. Oh! I guess it helps having adult man strength instead of middle schooler strength against these. Oh! Why is he always getting puked on? Oh, it's all over his mouth. Ew! Oh, spit it out, bro. What the fuck indeed, yeah. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, why is he always getting vomited on? This poor Eddie, man. Tommy definitely makes a lot. Yeah, right? But I'm enjoying it. Like the mix of both funny and horror. Girl, why is she. Does she not know which one to choose? Why is she. Brother! She's like leading Ben on and then kissing this dude. What the? Holy fuck. It is really bright, huh? Wait, this is pretty. What just skipped frames? Why did it do that? Oh, that is not how gravity works. Won't be there for him either. Oh, it's the kid! he still believe it's his fault 27 years later. Oh, nice car. Nice ride. I see you. Is this Henry? This is Henry. Oh, no. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, this is actually real. Yup, give him back his knife. He's not the weak Yeti you knew from before. Yeah, true. Can't stay to watch, but I hope you're having a good evening. Thank you. I'm having a great evening. We're on our third and last movie. Rose right. Fuck his mullet. But thank you for swinging by, Jocko. Oh my god, he's just leaving his bike everywhere. Not a single care in the world for it to get stolen or anything. Oh wow, I wish amusement parks were this high budget. What the fuck? If I went into one and it was this cool, just take my money, bro. Whoa. It's a small town, it won't get stolen. You don't know that. Like, this entire town's filled with assholes. Like that guy from the pawn shop who sold the bike to him for 300. The gang of people in the beginning of the movie who literally killed that guy at the beginning, like who threw them into the water. Like, this town's full of assholes. Uh-oh. If I were him, I just crawl up the glass. Like, stick both your legs on the side of them, push yourself up. Oh no. Run away! Please, kid, run away. Oh my god. Crow, this crow. Oh no. Oh no. I've dealt with a maze like that at the carnivals here. Me too. But they aren't. They don't come with a spooky clown in them. Oh my god. A small snack, bruh. Pennywise be munching. What the hell? Why are you so hungry? Are we watching this movie in Minecraft? Yup, yup. You like it? It's our own personal Minecraft painting. Jokes aside, I've seen people get away with streaming a show by watching it in Minecraft. Should I be doing that? Should I learn how to set that up and then I can watch it in Minecraft? Oh, mic drop. I think it's a mod slash plugin that uses stuff from YouTube. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll check that out. Maybe Twitch won't come after my ass if I use that. Oh, you joined the call. Hello, hello, hello. There's so many entrances to hell just in behind random doorways. Oh my wait, he's a baby in this one. Oh my god, it's fucking Henry! I hate this Henry dude. Like for a sec I thought it was a ghost. No, it's just Henry. Oh, what the? Oh! Dude, someone please kill Henry. Oh! Oh, now you're a murderer. Okay. Has no one called the police? Someone should call the police. Oh, it looks like you're watching something. I mean, I'm not. I'm not. Trust that I'm not. Trust that I'm not. At least he wasn't nonchalant within being a psychopath. True, that is so much worse. Like Michael Myers, just like fucking slow walking to you, no talking, just this deadpan stare, shuffling his way to you. Holy! I was gonna make a joke about how we're watching JVs on stream, but it was too easy. Yeah, I mean, it's the pixelation just really making it look like that, but we're not, right? Technically, the granny scene was a bit sus. That is, we did see some old lady booba. Old lady booba. Yeah. That's the monster house again. When did the sequel? It came out like 2 years after the first movie, so like 2019. Yeah? Yeah. WCast, right? They look like a lot of them look like how I imagined them to be grown up. Except for Bill and Ben. Yeah, let's kill this fucking clown. Yup. What is the point of keeping this house on the block? Like, why have they not destroyed it already? Demolished it? Update Simon down, and now I'm depressed because of the after cutscene. Was it really what happened? Well, I guess I don't know what happens in the game, but it overshadows the happiness you feel when you defeated him, when you defeated Simon. Oh, wait, what how? Oh, not this shit again. This is why you don't split up. They did not learn from the first time. Whoa! Oh! He's getting cut by Henry's ghost. Considering it's American, it's probably district politics. That makes sense. The HOA type of thing. Oh! Is that Stan? Oh, it is Stan. can't be real, but it also can be. Oh! Heads be rolling. Joins the Discord, you're agreeing to respect and follow the rules. Yes, I lied. Well, I don't think you should be telling me you lied, because, you know, I can, if you don't, what? Why would you tell me that? Why is Bill Hader's character so unserious? You should have seen him as a kid. He was just as unserious, even more so. Oh, it's like, Kaneki has that centipede in his ear. This should have been the outcome. He transforms into a fucking centipede. What is that? Oh my god. Elise! Hi, Elise! The movies are so good. I'm not good with horror, so I'm sitting this one out. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. I remember you were playing Alien Isolation, and then you had to put a pause on it, right? I remember seeing that. So I completely understand. I could not get through it. I know, dude, Alien Isolation was so fucking scary. I also played it, and I was screaming like the entire time. I'm a little baby bitch. I feel that. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We can hold on to each other. In my opinion, Elise would win 100%. Oh, shit's nasty. Eddie, do something. Oh, dude, Eddie, what the hell? Eddie? Like, you could stab Henry earlier, but you can't save your friend? The fuck? If y'all carry the ammo, I'll take care of the aliens and get us out alive. No, trust me, aliens, they do not go down with just bullets. Report Eddie? Yeah, dude, what the hell? Why is he just standing there? Yeah, oh, now I feel bad. Now I feel bad. hug it out, bromance. I don't think you know what a xenomorph is. Xenomorphs don't give a dang about my head. Exactly, like, guns just stun them. What is a real gun? Oh, trust me, nothing can kill xenomorphs. Like, they're, like, indestructible. They are super strong. Depleted uranium rounds can penetrate a lot of things. But can it penetrate a xenomorph? We'll never know. Nah, if y'all were got put into aliens, you'd win? Fuck no! I mean, one of the first people to die. You know how, like, on how some people had to wake up from their pods and, like, some would catch on fire and they die in their pods? That would be me. I wouldn't even make 5 minutes into the movie. That would be me. My RNG is terrible. trust the fate of the unlucky one. That is my fate. If I was in aliens, I would literally just kill myself. Exactly! I'm not messing with it. They're scarier than death. So much scarier than death. I had the thought, but I did not voice it out loud when I played it. I think I voiced that out like multiple times, because. Oh, holy shit! Oh my god, it's the titty lady! Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What is that? Oh my god! Oh my, it is. That's what I like when she popped on the screen. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of barbarians. I just take the gun and blow my brains out. Same, literally. Like, I'm not fighting an alien, an indestructible alien. Like traveling through this huge ship by myself, also against robots. I'm out of here. Have you watched the Aliens movie? I have watched the Aliens movies. I was considering streaming them for today's movie, but they were too long. All the Aliens movies are so good. I want to rewatch them. Elden Ring showed me if it can bleed, it can die. I mean, they can die. It's just like I don't think bullets can kill them. Which one was your favorite? Which one was my favorite? I feel like the first one's a classic, but I also like the last movie too, because they had like that one alien. I don't want to say too much, but they had that one alien. Was it the last movie? That might have not been the last movie. Actually, they had the alien. I low-key do kind of want to. If you want to watch them, I will happily stream them for everyone to watch, and then we can just watch Aliens together. Because I have been like wanting to rewatch the entire series. Was it the one with the dog in it? I don't remember if it had a dog. It had a lot of crazy shit going on in that movie, though. You go, Bev. You got this, Bev. Dude, out of everyone in this group, Bev is always the bravest. Are you winning? I am so winning. We're having a good movie time. If you want to watch up, we're in the Discord. I've yet to see miniguns on the Xenomorphs. I even with miniguns, I feel like they wouldn't die easily at all. They are really strong. This is a crazy setup. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get copyrighted, so I streamed the movie in HD with audio on Discord, and then on Twitch you can get my reactions because I can't talk to people in VC. So this is the only way. Few million years? That's like pretty much forever. Million years? I know, that makes me like super conscious. I had to like forget when I was like first doing the stream, I got so nervous because I knew there's no music. But now cause It's been a couple hours. I'm getting used to it, but now I'm like, now I'm getting conscious of it. Also, I never watched the Predators versus Aliens movies. I also wanted to watch Predators. I'm sorry, but it's really. Oh my goodness. I'll pretend that I'm listening to music that you guys can hear, and there's gameplay and all that stuff, so it's not just my voice. The only thing going on for them is that they multiply fast. They multiply so fast. There's so many of them, and they're so strong. Oh, not the boat. Those are good movies. Maybe we need to watch them then. He's throwing away his inhaler. think I think you kind of need that, buddy. Oh, dude, this love triangle is actually going crazy. Like, oh my god, like she's like in love with Ben, but then she kisses Bill. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, did it frame skip? It just frame skipped. Why does it always do that? It's a choice. I mean, I guess it could be. I choose to breathe every day. I guess I could choose not to. It's a love square. Is it a love square? Wait, who's the fourth person? Is it Pennywise? Is Pennywise getting into this love square? Just breathe properly. Yeah, just breathe. Just breathe. Come on. No, I'm sorry. Yunan gets it, nor. I'm so unexcited to post this VOD later, just knowing that it's just like me talking into the void with no one else. Oh my god, Chad! It's peak, I'm afraid. Nor. It is not peak. It is far from peak. Talking to pixels. I mean, that is just my life every time I stream, no? I'm talking to pixels. Oh, it's the deadlights. Oh my god, say it. Oh my, I'm being flashbanged right now. Holy shit. Oh, this looks like Half-Life. Turn light into dark. Turn light into dark. I'm being flashbanged right now. I feel bad for it. Right? This shit is so bright. It's brighter than if I were to get flashbanged in CSGO. Eddie. Oh, fuck. Oh. Ew. This is. It's. Oh, it's like a clown nose or a balloon. Oh. What happens when it pops? Oh, I guess I find out. Oh. was literally a flashbang. Oh yeah, the echoes would go crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wait, he's huge. That's a huge bitch. If this were real life and that balloon actually popped, I think that would blow out my eardrums. Oh, they all died? Are you serious, Spike? You failed to mention that? Mike? Mike! He threw hardcore. Oh my god. I don't even know. Like, literally, like, what? Like, what in his brain was like, I must call up my friends and defeat this human-eating clown. Oh my god. Holy shit. Why was he just accepting death? Why is he a spider? What is... He lost hope, brother! That's such a cowardly move, though. You drag your friends into this and you just accept death? Like, own up to your actions. Get them out of here. Oh my god! What a set of chompers. NACS is crazy. Oh, oh, why did she get put in a bathroom? I don't know. Even when Pennywise was doing like his first hallucination on her, like with the whole blood thing, it was also inside of the washroom. Oh, not this again. Oh wait, this time it's the second half of her bot. Wait, that's funny. Oh, it's a Pomeranian. Are they gonna kick it? He knows your moves. It's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, that's not cute. That's not as cute. That is not as cute. That is boy. Not just the washroom, it was the stall when we first met her. Oh, so these are like introductions to when we first saw these characters. Wait, but we didn't see Ben in the hideout. We saw Ben in front of the school. Next time? Yeah, next time is... Dude, there is not gonna be a next time. Oh no, wait. Wait, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Tell me it ain't so. You guys think he lied? And because of that he died? I don't know why, but I get this inkling that he lied. Oh! That dog would be a cool guard dog? It would be! Wait, that would be sick. I'd also be low-key scared of my own dog, though, if that were my dog. Like, any day it could transform and betray me. Any moment of the day. And that fear would keep me up. Oh, it is! You smell like Lois Lane. Here's Johnny. A random Shining reference? Yeah. I like how so many movies reference that movie. It's such a common thing for movies to do. Like, it's just that iconic. The Shining is that girl. Oh, whoa, that's a lot of blood. What's with her and always drowning in, like, copious amounts of blood? I feel this. I feel this, bruh. I don't think Pennywise has ever spoken facts as true as that one. Oh my god, not that creepy ass motherfucker. I hate that dude. Ew. Yeah, right, with the blood and shit. Oh, yeah. 5 fingers. His heart yearns. Dude, she's the goat. Dude, how are they gonna get a good grip on each other when she's covered in that much blood? no, don't eat that. Don't eat that. Don't do that. Eating your emotions is not healthy. Neither is drinking or smoking or doing drugs. These are not healthy coping mechanisms. Yeah, what the? I think I saw some behind the scenes of that scene and they deadass built a tank for that and Loki drowned over this. Bro, that's both really cool and both kind of scary to imagine. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I think you should be a bit afraid. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, yeah. Ow! Back broken. True! You are a sloppy bitch. Oh. Wait, that was funny. Me when you see it. When you see it. It catches you off guard. Like, it's so funny the way he's like, yippee ki yay, mother, and then he just gets cut off and like and his knees like go into. It's so silly. Yeah, exactly. I know, right? Wait, he's so good at that. Beep beep. Ooh, his aim's really good. SNL? Did they have you bragged on SNL or what? I got him, man. Oh, shh. Oh, I remember why I cried in theaters now. Oh, no, not Eddie. No, Saber Boy Eddie. I think I cried when I watched this movie, but I didn't remember why I cried. But I'm stronger now. I won't cry. Please, no! They can't do Eddie like this. Oh, thank you. This dude in the fucking Shakopiwa. Thank you, Big B. When he fucks your mother. Uh-oh. Oh my god. You ain't scary, bitch. Yeah. You ain't shit. You're just a jester. Just a little guy. Oh. Yeah, you tell him. How his breath stinks, so I think that he'd get so shocked from that sudden sentence, that sudden insult, he'd like stop transforming. You're just a little guy. You a bitch. Him stomp him, yup. Smash his skull in. This feels like bullying. Clown, clown, clown. Oh. Oh my god. Imagine if that fear like got him all OP and stuff again. Oh, what is happening? Say goodbye. Oh, they're gonna crush it together. The power of friendship. Final move, yeah. They did it! His heart is a lot more human looking than I would have expected. Also, what does Pennywise mean when he says he's the eater of worlds? Because all I've seen him do is eat children and some adults, but not no dang worlds. Oh, no, no, no! You can save him. You can save him. No. They were beefing the most as kids, but you know they loved each other so much. Children are arguably the world to different. Oh, wait, that's so true. Wait, that makes sense. How many movies are we at? We're at the third movie. About to finish. This one might be the last one. Yeah, I have to work tomorrow, so this is the last movie. Oh shit. Came here for Krampus, stayed for Pennywise. Both are such good movies. Both are so entertaining. And they had their own version of Pennywise in Krampus too. No, 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 no. You're here for Krampus and Pennywise. Oh lord, the water's so green. Yeah, it's the Welcome to Derry. Welcome to Derry. That's why I'm watching these movies. So I can watch the TV show. Ah, what is that word they say when they jump down? It's like bungalow, but not bungalow, because bungalow is a house. What is the word I'm thinking? It's not bungalow. Came here for Camius and stayed for Camius. I'm not Camius. There's only one Camius. Geronimo! Yes, that's the word I was thinking of. Not, yes, Geronimo. Bungalow, Geronimo, same thing. Wait, you're so big brain. You're so big brain. Good morning. I'm tuned into you. Actually are. We're so in sync. She was. Wait, she's so smart. What the hell? How did you get that from bungalow? And you're not even watching the movie. You just got that from the word bungalow. Hey, that's insane. That's so silly. Oh, I think he's okay with letting Ben and her date now. Why are you watching bad stuff? What do you mean? No, no, no. It's just Minecraft paintings. Minecraft paintings. Oh my god, she's finally gonna kiss Ben. Finally, it happened. It looks like it looks bad, but it's not bad. The only, I mean, there's one bad part. We saw old lady booba. Yeah, now that looks bad, but like other than that frame, it was fine. How's your day? My day's good. How's your day? Oh my god, the scar is gone. They defeated Pennywise. They did it. Yeah, I didn't initially think of that when I was setting up this, like, the pixelization. And then people started bringing it up, and I was like, oh, wait. Low key, you might be onto something. Damn, you go to parties? I would not have expected that. Was it at least good? Did he steal a bunch of food? I thought it was fine though when I first saw it. Yeah, me too. I thought it was fine, and then people started bringing it up, and I was like, oh, wait a second, maybe you're right. I'm self-admittances. Oh my goodness, Hachi. Not good was meh. Yeah, party's a party. I like see touch grass. They some gooners shaking my yeah, what the hell? I'm a goner. Oh, you sleepy? It do be late. I'm gonna sleep after this too. Sliders. Sliders sound so good. I want a slider. No, but I'm hungry. Dude, me too. Wait, a slider would hit right now. The ray gun. Oh, I love ray gun. Is ray gun pack a punchable? I don't even remember. Are you Mark 1 or Mark 2? What is Mark 1 and what is Mark 2? Ray gun is pack a punchable. Oh, maybe I just didn't live long enough to pack a punch my ray gun. That was probably. We gotta teach you. You guys do. I only know World at War. When you say Mark 1 and Mark 2, I just think of like Iron Man, not ray gun. Oh, so I probably like the Mark 1 because it's the only one I'm really familiar with. Damn, he just cleaned up his entire studio because I guess he dedicated 27 years of his life and now. Like, what does he do now? Like, after 27 years? You finally killed him? Now what? Oh, Stan sacrificed himself. That's. No, Stan. Oh my god, they did so good with the casting. They look really similar to their child actors. Wait, that's actually so sad. Oh, that's actually so sad. Ooh. No, the whole gang's not united. Uh, that was low key so sad. I started crying. No. I'm so sad. Why? Why did they have to include that part? I was going so strong. Enjoy your stream. I'm asleep. I'm dead. Good night, Hachi. Good night. Why did they have to include that? I was going so strong. That suddenly hit me in the heart, man. Oh, that was a good movie. That was a good movie. I guess it's time for me to end stream. It's getting hella late. Oh, do you think there's after credits? I think there are no after credits, okay. Oh man. Dude! That got me. Like at the very end, that got me. Oh my god. I'm gonna find someone to read now. Good sleep. Yeah, that was so good. That was so good. Man. I can't wait to watch the TV show.
Wow, good movie, gang.
Yeah, that was a good movie. And Krampus too. I still didn't shed a tear. I was so strong until the very end. I'm so upset. Oh man. Good night, everyone. Yeah, good night. Who should I raid? Should I raid someone playing CS? I could raid Yoxi again. Or I could raid Rishi. Or Mako. I'll raid Mako. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. It is time for me to sleep. I think I'll probably stream again tomorrow. Shockingly, I did not expect CS2 VTubers. Yeah. I fucking did the wrong. Oh my god, I did the wrong raid command. Whoops. Should I raid the CS VTuber? I mean, I could do that. I could also raid Seichi. Seichi's live. He's playing Apex. Yeah, maybe I'll raid Seichi. He's playing Apex. Why not? We gotta unite on CS, dude. We do. You know what? Okay, should I raid her then? Me and her were messaging yesterday and today, and were gonna play today, but then she unfortunately like passed out. Which is so funny because she was staying up the entire night and then she passed out. Might as well. Okay, you know, I will raid Seichi then. And he's also like a mega lurker. I might as well. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll probably be playing like a puzzle game.